A very good morning, for now, from a sunny Ageas Bowl. Whether we're still saying that in around half an hour's time or so, we will wait and see. But we are just a few minutes away. You may have heard the bell in the distance. We are 5 minutes away from the start of day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire. The state of play as we go into this morning is that Hampshire, who batted first, having lost the toss, are 229 for 5. We had just 62.5 overs yesterday, so we lost 33.5 in total. We will be making that up today, but I fear that the rain will also have a factor as well. Liam Dawson will resume on 43 not out, and Irwin Donald 29 not out. They have so far put on 62 unbroken for the 6th wicket, and a couple of wickets yesterday for Jack White, one apiece for Tom Taylor, Luke Proctor, and for Ben Sanderson. Your commentary team today, a little later you will hear from former Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story, but to take you through maybe up until the rain, we'll have to wait and see. It's myself, Kevin James, and for BBC Radio Northampton it is Andrew Radd. Andrew, good morning.
Morning Kevin, morning everybody.
It's looking good at the moment.
Yes, I have to say, and I'll start off with a tweet straight away, because our friend William Sieve tweets at Fourth Slipper, said, having seen the video of last night's weather locally, meaning in Southampton, remarkable performance from the ground staff, and I think we'll start off with a pat on the back for them, because certainly they were out there when I was having my breakfast downstairs at 6:45 this morning to get the ground fit. We had a terrific thunderstorm in Southampton last night at around about 9:30, something like that. Heavy rain, a bit more rain this morning, so they've had to work very hard to get the ground fit for play. A couple of them even going round with leaf blowers to dry out some of the wet patches on the outfield. So well done to the Simon, their groundsman here, and his team, because they've done a wonderful job to get us ready to start at 10:30. How much longer, as you say, we'll actually be out there, we'll see. The forecast isn't particularly promising, and the radar does suggest there's some fairly filthy stuff coming over the channel, but well, we'll see.
Yeah, 1 or 2 people in the locality got caught in the rain last night. Somebody not a million miles away from here. I was safely tucked up. Not tucked up in bed, but in the house, looking out, thinking, thank God I'm not out in that. So we are just awaiting the 2 umpires, Stephen O'Shaughnessy and David Milnes. They're not there yet, but most of the Northamptonshire fielders are on the other side of the rope at the far end. The 2 Hampshire batters look eager to get out there in the middle, and I guess part of the reason why there's been so much work on the ground, not just because there's been so much rain, of course, but without being unkind to Northamptonshire, Hampshire want to try and play as much of this game as possible, because they're in a decent position, trying to claim their first championship title in 49 years. They started the game, just to remind you, 16 points behind Surrey, who are not playing this week. So quite important, and I get the feeling already, Andrew, that 1 or 2 games around, including Division 1 games, are not starting on time. The Roses match, I don't think, is starting on time. It looks like the match involving Somerset, that's not starting on time, at the very least.
Yeah, I think the weather that we had, because we did have a little bit of rain this morning at around about 9 o'clock, something like that. I think probably that the rain is gradually trundling its way northwards across the country, and whereas yesterday, I think for a long time, we were the only match that actually had any rain. I think at the moment we're probably very fortunate to be seeing any cricket, and indeed to have the players heading out into the field. It's interesting. I know you had a chat with I think Felix Organ last night, and I had a word with John Sadler, Northamptonshire head coach, and John Sadler, I think, was fair to say they were disappointed with the day they'd had, and I think that reflected rather what we were saying on commentary yesterday, that you win the toss in those conditions and you take 5 wickets in 62 and a bit overs, you're going to be a little bit disappointed, I think.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a little green out there, and the ball was moving around, and as the ball got older, it continued to move around, not as much, but there was certainly movement. We've got so used this summer that about 20-25 overs the ball starts to go and does nothing, and it looks very easy to bat on. There was none of that yesterday, and if I'm really being honest, I think if somebody has said to you at the start of play, you've got 60 odd overs today, you look at the conditions and see what happened in the first 2 or 3 overs, I think if you were really honest with yourself, as a team, you would say really we should have bowled a side out in 60 odd overs.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. The other point that John Sadler did make is that, and as is often said, the opposition are allowed to play well, and he was full of praise for the way that Felix Organ played. I think it was a terrific innings from him yesterday, and showed a lot of resolution, and then that little counter attack at the back end of the day from Liam Dawson in particular and Aaron Donald.
We've got Luke Proctor to get day 2 underway, and already one's bounced off a length, and Liam Dawson gets one on the glove. Fortunately for him, it goes on the ground, it goes to third slip, and opened his eyes up a little bit. First ball of the morning.
Yes, I was going to say that's an interesting start to the day. The odd one yesterday, particularly from this end, from the hotel end, the northern end of the ground, just seemed to die in the pitch and almost p-rolled along the floor once or twice. So it really isn't easy out there.
Right arm over, Luke Proctor comes in from that pavilion end again. Dawson's on the back foot, tries to find the angle through the covers, can't, doesn't time it. And that's fielded, no run.
Which again I think makes the performance of Felix Organ yesterday with 71 off 137 balls in there a long time, just makes it that much more commendable. And he was in there for what, 50 overs. He was out in the 50th over, wasn't he? Yeah. And it was a terrific effort.
As Proctor comes in and bowls, Dawson gets one a little straighter, works that just wider mid-on for a single. First runs of the morning, 230 for 5. You're right, I thought to bat that long in those conditions was a great effort. He didn't give a chance. He admitted that played and missed a few times. He said he was always going to. You just accept it. That's the way it's going to be. And in between time, played some nice crisp shots.
He did, and it's what they say about earning the right, isn't it? And if you dig in and you're prepared to play and miss a few times and just take fresh guard and carry on, then you earn the right to be in there when the ball gets a little bit softer and batting becomes a little bit easier. It's going to be Ben Sanderson to bowl from this hotel end at the start of the day's play. I know you've got to update BBC Radio Solent, Kevin, so I'll leave it with you for a second.
So just about the last remnants of sunshine at the moment on the ground before the clouds that are starting to roll in from the far end over Telegraph Wood, which we can see slowly but surely making their way towards the ground. 230 for 5. Sound very negative there, don't I? But that's the way it is. And you can feel the temperature just drop a fraction as well. Here's Sanderson, right arm over, length ball to Dawson, who pushes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Ben Sanderson, 1 for 27 from 15 overs yesterday. Picked up the wicket of Joe Weatherly in the afternoon, called a second slip for 14. 2 slips and a gully for Sanderson. Quick 30-second update coming up. We are, well, effectively into the second over of the morning. We had one over where we were finishing off from the early finish last night for bad light, and Hampshire have moved on by 1, 230 for 5. Liam Dawson is 44 not out, and Aaron Donald 29 not out. So far they've put on 63 unbroken for the 6th wicket, but I'm afraid we're going to have more interruptions today. We've done well to start on time. A lot of rain overnight in the locality, but I can see the clouds starting to roll in. We may get about a half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe a little more this morning. I think there's going to be some more rain. Hampshire 230 for 5. That's pushed back to the bowler by Dawson, and there is no run.
Bit of local knowledge there, Kevin, wasn't it? It was very, very, very precise as well. 40 minutes.
Well, I don't know. Don't hold me to it, Andrew.
No,
please.
I won't. But absolutely right. The clouds do look decidedly threatening now, coming over from the sort of the southwest, which is where I think the weather's coming from. Something's fallen over.
Yeah, not us, fortunately. Edged. Oh, what a great catch! Emilio Gay again with his 3rd catch of the innings, diving low to his left in front of first slip. That's the best of his catches so far. Dawson goes for 44. Hampshire have lost their first wicket this morning, 230 for 6.
Absolutely. We were making the point yesterday about Emilio Gay that he's one of Northamptonshires most promising young players, and he's really, I think, starting to come of age as a batter this year, but he's also, and it's another very valuable string to his bow, he's developing into a really good slip catcher as well. As you say, 3rd catch of the innings, and by far the best. Had to dive across, and I think Ben Sanderson will be highly delighted with that, and I do feel that's a little bit of deserved reward for Sanderson, who bowled an outstanding spell. We were saying earlier about yesterday Northamptonshire bowled one or two decent spells without necessarily as a unit doing anything like as well as they would have wanted to in the conditions. But I thought that spell of Sanderson's after tea yesterday was outstanding when he went past the bat so many times, and finally getting a little bit of tangible reward. And well, it's another bowling point for Northamptonshire, and as we say, every point is vital at this stage of the season.
Yeah, that's for sure. So welcome to Sports Extra. Listeners, we've had just about 5 balls this morning. In fact, no, a bit more than that. We had 3 of Luke Proctor to finish off from last night and 4 this morning. So 7 balls on the first wicket has come along. Sanderson with 2 wickets now for 27. Hampshire 230 for 6, having resumed at 229 for 5. And that partnership for the 6th wicket ended with 63 between Anarian Donald, who's still out there in the middle. And he's going to be joined by Keith Barker. Hampshire starting this game in 2nd place in the Division 1 table, 16 points behind Surrey, who aren't playing this week. And the other team we're keeping an eye on at the top. I know it's important for Northampton, of course, to make sure that they don't get into that relegation area, but Lancashire starting 18 points adrift of Hampshire. So all to play for in these final few weeks of the season, but just how much play we're going to get today, we'll have to wait and see. There is forecast of rain in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so's time, and we can see the clouds slowly but surely rolling in.
Over Telegraph Wood.
Yes. Sanderson comes in and bowls to the left-handed Barker. Barker gets one, it nips back on him, hits him on the pad. It's done a little too much, and it's a little high.
Dawson 44 off 75 balls with 7 fours. Interesting the way Anarian Donald played it last night, Kevin. He went in, and we were discussing on commentary with Melissa how Donald needed some runs and decided to go out and be very, very positive, and it was an important little counter-attack, and it certainly set the seal on what was a pretty good day for Hampshire yesterday. Interesting to see if he carries on in the same vein today. Yeah,
I agree. Just a little bit of impetus. Though we finished early as Barker pushes forward, goes out towards that extra cover. So we've had an over and a half this morning. 230 for 6 Hampshire.
I just suspect Northamptonshire obviously went off with around about 10 overs to go, wasn't it, last night on the day's allocation because of bad light, even though the floodlights were on. And you did rather suspect that Northamptonshire were probably the happier of the two sides to go off, I think, in those circumstances, because Hampshire, that counter-attack from Donald in particular and Dawson had just put them into quite a strong position, and they would have, I think, fancied their chances if batted out the day of getting another batting point in the bag. As it is, Northamptonshire have got 2 bowling points, Hampshire just the 1 batting point so far. 230 for 6, and having completed an over from last night, it's going to be Luke Proctor to continue from the far end, pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully in place. He bowls to Donald, who's straight away in positive mood, clipping that away through mid-wicket, and he's going to get a couple of runs. Chased back there by Tom Taylor towards the Ingleby Mackenzie stand. 2 more to the total.
First ball he's faced this morning, Anarian Donald. Into the run straight away.
Yeah, 31 to him, 232 for 6. So 2 slips and a gully. Backward point on the boundary, the shorter boundary of the 2, and an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a long leg on the boundary. Bowls again to Donald, who thought about playing that, and in the end got the bat out of trouble. It goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, with the skies definitely starting to darken a little bit. It's where it came from yesterday, wasn't it? The weather,
yeah,
just over the wood there. Here's Proctor, bustling run up in and bowls to Donald, who plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, I'm trying to be positive here for the moment, because the clouds aren't coming directly in front of us and over us. They're kind of going at a slight angle to over our right shoulder, and I'm kind of hoping that we might be on the edge of it. Well, but that might be a little bit too optimistic.
I hope you're right. Very much hope you're right. Here's Proctor. In again, bowls to Donald, who's short ball, and he's pulled it down to long leg. He's only going to get a single, I think. It is indeed just a single. Jack White comes in off the boundary, sends in his return, and then holds his shoulder a little ruefully. So he wasn't quite warmed up for that one. But 1 more onto the total, 233 for 6. Donald up to 32. He's only faced 38 balls. Keith Barker comes on to strike, and just see what sort of field Northamptonshire are going to be setting for him. Destructive player as we know he can be with the bat. 3 slips in rather than 2 and a gully. Young at first, Gay at second, and Josh Cobb at third. Round the wicket comes Proctor to the left-handed Barker, who straight drive back past the bowler. Runs for him here. Obviously the outfield nothing like as quick as I'm sure it would have been 2 or 3 weeks ago. And it's pulled in just inside the rope by Tom Taylor down there. And they come through for a couple of runs. So Keith Barker is away, 2 to him. And Hampshire to 235 for 6. Yes, you're right about what you're saying about what's happening elsewhere in the country. Start delayed at Bristol between Gloucestershire and Somerset. Also start delayed in the Roses match at Old Trafford. Proctor around the wicket, bowls to Barker, pushes it out into the covers for Rob Keogh to field, and there's no run. End of Luke Proctor's over. 5 overs, 1 for 25. Picked up the wicket of Nick Gubbins yesterday. 235 for 6 Hampshire with an Aaron Donald on 32, Keith Barker on 2. They are though playing down at Canterbury in Division 1 between Essex and Kent. Essex 335 for 4 after being put in yesterday.
It's a nice little corner of England there, isn't it? They always sometimes avoid the weather. Get a bit of extra play in from time to time. We've got Neil Abbott in the comment gantry here. Kyle Abbott's dad, who's over from South Africa. He's sitting up here, enjoying the view, enjoying the cricket there. It
is a magnificent view we have up here, I have to say.
It is.
Not for the faint-hearted or vertigo sufferers, though.
No, that's true. Here's Sanderson, bowls, and Donald just dabs that away square on the offside. Fielded by South African Williams, who was wicketless yesterday on his debut.
Yeah, John Sadler was saying last night, I asked him about Lazard Williams because I think we generally were saying on commentary that his opening spell, he looked as threatening as anybody, and he just didn't seem to quite capitalise on that later. And he said, yeah, Lazard said himself he just hadn't got into any sort of rhythm yesterday.
Got the ball to really kiss off the surface, didn't he, as Donald pushes that quietly on the onside. Certainly got quick arms, and the ball does kiss and go through at a good pace. But yeah, I got the feeling he got a little frustrated.
Yeah.
You know, as a bowler, you do know when you walk out and the conditions, you're under pressure all of a sudden because you're expected to take wickets.
It's like spinners on the last day, isn't it?
Right,
all you got to do is turn up, bowl it, and
it's
bowl them out.
amazing how that puts pressure on bowlers, and I got the feeling he got a little frustrated that he wasn't picking up a wicket. There's a nice drive through extra cover by Aaron Donald. He hasn't timed that, but he's timed it well enough. It'll just go over the rope in time, and that's 4 runs. First boundary of the morning as Donald moves on to 36, 239 for 6 Hampshire in the 67th over of the game.
I think it was Melissa made the point yesterday also that you say about him getting frustrated, which I think was right. I think also he may have been just trying a little bit too hard, and it's inevitable, isn't it? First day, new team, doesn't matter whether you're an international cricketer or not, you want to make a good impression, and maybe just striving, stretching a little bit too much.
Yeah. Sanderson, who's not quite the same pace as Donald, guides that just backward a point. He's found the gap again, and he's got enough on that to take it over the rope. 2 boundaries and 2 balls, and Aaron Donald moves on to 40, and it's 243 for 6.
Well, he has answered the question that we were posing during the previous over, Kevin, as to whether he'll carry on playing in the same vein as he did last night. The answer is emphatically yes. And Donald goes up to 40 off 42 balls. Really important innings, this. Both for him and in the bigger picture, of course, for his side.
Yeah, that's for sure. Mike Martin, who's tweeted this morning at Solent Sport, morning to you, Mike. He says, morning, Kevin Andrew. Big day this for an Aaron Donald. Really needs to convince that he's not a luxury player. Can't remember what his highest score is for Hampshire, but he needs to equal it today if he can. We need. We had thunder last night. Yeah, we did. We need more from Donald's bat today as Donald works that up towards mid-off. Well, I don't know what it is, but I remember him getting 100 here against Warwickshire. 2019 it would have been, but you also have to remember that he's missed a couple of seasons with ACL injuries, so this is really his first season back since 2019. So And I remember pre-season there was still a lot of thought about, you know, is he okay? Because when you've been out for 2 years like he has, with operations as well, major operations. Sanderson bowls, yes, through the keeper so very nearly. That ball kissed off the surface, nipped away. Now the ground staff, and you can't fail to see it. There are 7 ground staff that, for them, are walking quite quickly over towards the hover cover, which I think gives the game away as to what might happen in the next few minutes.
It happened exactly the same yesterday, wasn't it? We were saying, I think we were on commentary together then, and they scurried off towards the hover cover, and within a minute or two it was raining. Of course, they will have access to the radar as well. For now, we are playing though, and it's going to be Proctor round the wicket to left-handed Barker outside the off stump. Left alone, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Yes, it's not a great sign, is it really, when the ground staff seem quite so determined to get themselves in position. Proctor, just almost without stopping at the end of his mark, bustles in again and bowls to Keith Barker, who's steered that away wide of third slip. It's gone down to third man. There is no third man, so it's a long chase to retrieve the ball for Will Young, Northamptonshire's captain. 4 to Barker, who goes to 6, and Hampshire to 247 for 6, 3 runs away from a second batting bonus point. Northamptonshire, of course, already have 2 bowling bonus points, which puts them up to 132 points. They, of course, have played 1 match fewer than most of the teams above them. Short ball from Proctor, fended off by Keith Barker, rolls out towards mid-wicket, and Ricardo Vasconcelos comes round from behind the stumps to complete the fielding, getting there well ahead of Tom Taylor at mid-on. 1 more onto the total. Barker to 7, 248 for 6. And all of a sudden it does look very, very dark.
Well, we're definitely on the edge of something. You look towards the right, which is over towards the New Forest, over to Bournemouth that way.
Here's Proctor in again. Driven, beautiful straight drive by an Aaron Donald, and that's going to run all the way for 4. Beautifully timed stroke. And, well, 3rd boundary in space of a couple of overs for an Aaron Donald. It brings up the 250 for Hampshire, so a second batting bonus point for them. We're in the 67th over, so plenty of time to add. And that was a gorgeous shot from Donald. Really has looked class act in this innings. 44 to him, 252 for 6. Proctor in again. Bowls to Donald. More runs for him here, just a single in fact, as it's very full, and he clips it down to long leg. Jack White comes in off the boundary to field. Donald to 45. Hampshire to 253 for 6. 10 off the over so far. Slightly surprised, Kevin, that Northamptonshire, I know obviously you had to complete the over from last night, but they've got Proctor bowling up front.
Where's Jack White?
Yeah. Here's Proctor in again, down the leg side, and a little attempted tickle down to fine leg by Barker. Doesn't make contact. Well taken by Vasconcelos behind the stumps, and that's the end of the over. 253 for 6. Northampton just sprinting between the overs here to try and get into place. Yeah, it is. It's not good. It wasn't good yesterday, and they do need to do something about that, because
it's -3.
Well, you say, having picked up a couple of bowling points, they don't want to finish up then losing them. 253 for 6 it is. Donald 45, Barker 7.
Yeah, which is one of the reasons I think we saw 4 overs of Rob Keogh last night with his off-spin, but of course he was going for too many runs, so he couldn't hang around too long. Here's Sanderson, runs away from us and bowls, and oh my word, he's beaten Donald on the inside of the edge. Donald pushing forward, and that's a great delivery. Well, passed off stump.
We were talking yesterday about this trigger movement that Donald's got coming quite a long way across, and he was, I suppose, lined up around about off stump just outside, and as you say, it just seemed back and beat the inside edge. Beauty from Sanderson.
He's been a little bit unlucky on occasions. Comes in again then. Very much medium pace though. That's nipped back and bounced, and it's wrapped him on the fingers. That's a wicked delivery, that one.
You know this ground obviously a great deal better than I do, Kevin, but it just seems, on the evidence of what we saw yesterday and to date this morning, if it's doing anything, it's tending to do it more from this end, do you think? Just the odd one. Jack White yesterday got a few to really take off.
Yeah. But then, maybe not as many, but he also got a couple from the far end. So, that's why I can't believe that White's not on. 2 for 35 and 15, and he's not bowling this morning, and that's beating the outside edge as that goes the other way, away from the bat. I mean, there are times when this is a great wicket to bowl on.
Yeah.
And we're in the 68th over here, and we're seeing the ball move around as probably as much as we've seen at any point in the game.
Yes, you would expect you would expect Sanderson to open up, obviously, but whether they've got half a thought on the second new ball, don't know, 12 overs away.
That could be about 5 hours away if this rain comes in. Here comes Sanderson bowls. That's clipped away from fairly straight by Donald out on the onside. There is a fielder deep. That's Williams. The total moves on to 254 for 6. Donald on to 46 from just 50 deliveries.
Yeah, we may have another couple of Ageas Bowl fish pies to get through before we find ourselves with a second new ball.
You love the fish pie, don't you?
Very good yesterday. I've ordered it again today. It was absolutely top notch.
All 4 days fish pie for you?
Could well be.
Sanderson bowls. Barker just gets a slight leading edge, but safe as it trickles up towards mid-off the ball. And that is fielded by Jack White, who's got a sun hat on.
I've had a message for you from Graham Lawman, who says, please send my regards to Kevin. Used to play with him at Edmonton Cricket Club many moons ago.
As soon as you said that name, I thought, hang on a minute, that rings a bell. Yes, Graham, I do remember him, yes. Just turned away neatly by Keith Barker out towards deep square leg. A little bit of a bobble there on the end of the square, but no problem. Barker will keep the strike, moves on to 8. And it's 255 for 6. Yes, I do. Yeah, gosh, that is a long time ago.
Well, Graham's now a local councillor on the Northamptonshire Council, and has also been heavily involved with the Northamptonshire Cricket League.
Really?
Involved with the administration of that. So.
Yes.
So thank you for getting in touch, Graham. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary, and Kevin remembers you.
Well, I do. Now listen, this is putting me on the spot. I'm going to go as far as to say I thought he kept wicket.
Right. Okay. Well,
now I'm probably got that wrong, but that does ring a bell. I left Edmonton when I was about 15. So.
Proctor around the wicket, starting a fresh over to the left-handed Keith Barker, turns it just behind square. Past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. There are 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side. Lizard Williams comes in from deep square to field. 1 more to Keith Barker, who goes to 8, and Hampshire to 9 rather. 256 for 6. The ground staff are still in position over by the hover cover, but I don't think there's anything falling from the sky as yet.
Yeah,
it's not that we can see from here. Back over the wicket goes Proctor to Donald, who edges, and I think that's landed just in front of Gay at second slip. It's running down towards the boundary. It's another long chase for Will Young, who retrieves just inside the rope, and they come through for a couple.
I don't know.
You reckon?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, the way he's been catching in this game, I would have said that didn't carry. But I've just watched that on the replay, and if I'm honest, I'm not sure.
No, I'm not. It just looked to me as though it just landed in front of him.
Yeah,
but
I think you're right.
258 for 6. Proctor in again, bowls, and a big expansive drive from an Iron Donald this time. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yeah, I mean, he's running the risk here, Donald, really, isn't he? I mean, he's playing fluently, probably playing in a way that you'd expect somebody to play on a flat wicket. So, I mean, at some point you do think that he's just going to take one risk too much, but at the moment you'd take 48 or 52.
Certainly would. 2 slips and a gully in. Proctor coming slightly wider of the crease and driven beautifully through extra cover by Donald for 4. That's a sumptuous stroke. And just again a question of mid-off running back to retrieve, and that's a very well deserved and very well executed 50 for an Iron Donald. 52 off 53 balls. That's his 10th boundary, and he really is playing a terrific hand for his side here. Takes Hampshire to 262 for 6.
3rd half century of the season.
And Proctor in again, bowls to him on another flowing drive out to deep cover. This time he's only going to get a single because Lizard Williams is out there on the fence. Sends in his return to Vasconcelos, and it is very noticeable how busy Northamptonshire are and have to be. Kevin was saying the over rate not good, and they're sprinting between deliveries at the moment, and Luke Proctor getting back to his mark with great haste. 263 for 6. Proctor round the wicket to Barker outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who immediately sets off at a mild canter for the other end. 263 for 6 at the end of the over. 53 to Donald, 9 to Barker. Proctor's Bowl 7 overs, 1 for 43, so he's been going at 6 and over. We still have 11 overs to go until Northamptonshire could take the second new ball.
I mean, if I'm being brutally honest, you shouldn't be going for 6 and over on a wicket like this, but it happens. It happens to everybody. But it's also an interesting situation where, you know, Hampshire scored quite freely this morning. We've had, 25 minutes of play. They've gone from 229 to 5 up to, what was it, 263, I think.
30,
it just disappeared off
33.
And you wouldn't normally be racing through your overs, so it looks a bit odd. We got Jack White back into the attack. For me, should have been starting, but here he is anyway. Taking over from Sanderson. That's just nipped back and wrapped Donald on the pad. It balloons up in the air, but safe on the leg side. Yeah,
it's an interesting point you're making about the experiment with just bringing Rob Keogh into the attack last night, and Melissa was saying, quite agree, it was worth a look, but bowled 4 overs for 26, and generally he's been bowling with a lot better control this year than perhaps in the last couple of seasons, but was very expensive last night. Yeah, very short, didn't he?
Well, he did a little bit as White bowls. That's whipped away by Donald down towards fine leg. He moves on to 54, 264 for 6. I don't think it would be ordinarily a track that you would have a spinner on. You'd want your seamers just to keep firing. No. But I go back to the point that I think, again, if you're really honest with yourself, and I think probably it was alluded to last night in the Northamptonshire camp that, really in 60 odd overs, probably as near as have it, and probably should have done, bowl Hampshire out in that side. I think, without being one-sided, and I try not to be one-sided, but I think Hampshire's big three, if I'm honest, they would have been disappointed if they hadn't bowled Northamptonshire out in the same situation. As he goes round the wicket and Barker just nudges that behind square on the offside, no run.
Absolutely right. I mean, say John Sadler was, as ever, he's not going to have a big go at his bowlers publicly. But I was just talking to him afterwards, after he sort of switched the microphone. He was clearly disappointed with the showing yesterday. He said we weren't really on it, and bowled too many 4 balls, which he did actually say in the interview. And he said it's something they haven't tended to do this year.
No, I mean it happens. Barker just cuts that very late into the gap between second slip and a fine gully, but quite deliberate. And Barker moves on to 13, 268 for 6.
It's a wonderful stroke. The placement, because he didn't have it. I mean, there's 2 slips in the gully. There's not a big gap there, but he absolutely placed it to perfection, and it ran down to the third man. It's a gorgeous shot from Keith Barker. Not just the bludgeon, there's the rapier too.
Oh, there is really.
The foil even.
I think also a side that's confident can play like this, and I think we're seeing that from Hampshire. Barker flips that away behind square on the leg side. There'll only be a single. And I mean, everybody talks about Barker this year and these 43 wickets, which see him 4th in the Division 1's wicket-taking list, but I think sometimes you just tend to forget that also he's more than handy with the bat, averaging over 30 this year, and you think he's coming in at number 8. And Naryn Donald, who has played this way a couple of times in the Championship this year, hasn't played all the games, but coming in at 7, scoring quickly, has certainly changed the mood of some Championship games. And that's hit in the air, but safe, past an outstretched right hand of Jack White, and it's making its way over the boundary, very fine at mid-on. And Donald, when he's like this, he's unstoppable. It doesn't matter whether it's green and it's seaming and swinging, or whether it's flat. He's motoring along nicely. 58 he's on, off 57, 273 for 6. Right,
I should go and update BBC Radio Northampton and leave you with Kevin, and Melissa Story will come in and take my place.
So we are doing okay at the moment in terms of, well, certainly Hampshire are, but in terms of the weather, we are okay. Yes, it's heavy cloud above, but it's not dropping any rain on us, and hopefully that will be the case for quite a while. And it's going to be Luke Proctor again as Barker pushes that out on the mid-on, and it's lovely to see Luke Proctor running back to his mark at the end of bowling. Why don't they do that all the time, Melissa?
Because they're lazy. And I would do the same.
Really?
But they are behind the over rate here, and I think they're just noticing they have to get a move on. Maybe if they'd used a bit more spin yesterday in the proceedings, they wouldn't be in this situation, but it's been a lot of pace, and actually the curse has worked. I've come on to commentary and the rain has started to fall and the covers are coming on.
Wow.
I told you. I should have put a bet on that.
One ball.
One ball. And oh, I should just go. If I leave Hampshire, then the weather will stop. But we've been sensing this on the horizon for these last few minutes. The forecast suggested, and the ground staff were there, just sat on the side of the hover cover. The rain just starting to fall a bit heavier now. You feel as if it's going to be this horrible, teasing rain throughout the day.
I'll tell you what, it's and probably the same's happened to you, but one or two people that I've spoken to said, you'll get half an hour's play this morning. We've had exactly 29 minutes.
I mean, isn't that a great sign that weather forecasts are getting more and more accurate? But if that is the case as well, then there's also suggesting, I mean, that this initial bit of rain will just hang around for maybe about an hour, but then it is later in the afternoon. I think around 4 o'clock there's meant to be a thunderstorm. I feel like I'm doing a weather desk here.
No,
I need a big green screen behind me so I can point to different areas. And if you go to deep square leg, you'll feel a bit more of a gust, and then if you head over to extra cover, then there'll be a bit of a heavy rainfall.
Well, here's the thing. Now, you might have thought you just mentioned that for no reason. I can tell you that actually there's a reason. Today, on this ground at lunchtime, will be BBC South's weather presenter Alexis Green over in the pavilion.
There we go.
Now, isn't that amazing? Would you like me to introduce you to her? Because it sounds like you've got a future.
I would absolutely love that. I mean, what a great experience. Go stand in front, get a picture in front of the BBC South map.
She's having lunch. She's having lunch over there.
Yeah, that sounds great.
There we go. So there we go. That might only be the only action we see for a little while. It's not heavy rain by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, you have to really sort of look hard to see it raining, but it is there somewhere. That's why the hover cover's on, and I think the ground staff are moving to put some plastic sheeting on as well. So this could be in for a little while, but it's not heavy, which is good news. So what we'll do, we'll just wrap up with the score, where Hampshire are 273 for 6, having moved from 229 for 5. They've done well this morning, haven't they?
They have. We were speaking before the day's play that often the morning session of day 2 is quite a thriller, especially when one team, the batting team, are 5 or 6 wickets down, and you get that situation where you've got the last few established batters and how they're going to bat with the tail, or not so much the tail with Hampshire, but the all-rounders, because you can't call Keith Barker and James Fuller and even Kyle Abbott the tail. But it's such an interesting passage, and how the two teams have come out approaching this. Yes, there's low clouds. It's been moving around nicely, the ball, but Aneirin Donald has come out with the same mindset he had last night, and currently 58 runs off 57 balls. He's really made this look like a different surface to the other Hampshire batters. I mean, there was a great innings to begin with from Felix Organ, 71, but off 137 balls. And he's noticed that there's been a change in the pitch. Of course, he's playing against the new balls. Maybe there's just a bit less in it for the bowlers, and he's really brought the attack to them. And King Keith Barker as well, 14 off 16 balls. I mean, he's also joined this kind of impetus they have at the stage, and have put the pressure back on the Northamptonshire bowlers to the extent where the game seems to be running away from them. I was speaking to Kyle Abbott's dad, who's actually up here on the camera gantry with us, and he was saying that the Hampshire boys would be happy with 250. The fact that they lost the toss but put in, and at this rate they could be soaring to a 300 plus kind of score, which is remarkable really. So I think Hampshire, the much happier team at this point.
That's for sure. So the one wicket taker for Northamptonshire this morning, Ben Sanderson, he has 2 for 37 from 18. Hampshire have added 44 runs in the 29 minutes of play this morning. The plastic sheeting is coming on. We will, of course, keep you up to date with what's going on and prospects of play. Follow the Hampshire Cricket Twitter feed. I'm sure they'll be updating you on that. Also, from a BBC point of view, at Sun Sport, we'll keep you up to date on the Twitter feed. But I think, Mel, you need to lie down after that marathon commentary stint.
I do. I feel pretty tired, so it's probably a good shout.
We'll be back as soon as play allows. And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where the good news is, as long as the rain stays away, and I think it will for a little while, that play, there's the 5-minute bell, and play will get underway at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock. It's been a 3-hour break in play since we had just under half an hour this morning. The state of play when the two teams resume will be that on day 2 here, Hampshire against Northamptonshire in this Division 1 contest. Hampshire 273 for 6. We've had just over 70 overs in the game so far, and we've lost about the same of that in terms of the number of overs. Anyway, hopefully we're going to get a period of play this afternoon. There may be a little bit more rain later on, but we'll enjoy the play while we have it. At the moment, the sunshine is out, which is extremely good news. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later, you'll hear from BBC Radio Northampton's Andrew Radd, but to take you through this first period, myself, Kevin James, and former Vipers Academy all-rounder, TMS commentator, Melissa Story. Good afternoon, Melissa.
Good afternoon.
Good news, we're going to get some play.
Finally, it's been one of those annoying mornings where, I mean, fair play to the fans who have stayed in here, almost huddling around the stands where there's a bit of shelter and enjoying some food in the pavilion. They've waited a long time, so they're deserving of some play now, and I think we're all ready for it to begin again. Before the rain comes back, we just want to get a move on.
Yeah, we certainly did. There was heavy rain overnight. There's been steady rain this morning, but I wouldn't say it's been particularly heavy. So 29 minutes of play when day 2 did get underway at 10:30. Hampshire resuming on 229 for 5 in their first innings. Liam Dawson resuming on his overnight score of 43 not out, and Irene Donald 29 not out. It wasn't long before Liam Dawson departed, caught in the slips by Emilio Gay, his 3rd catch of the match, off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. Liam Dawson went for 44, added just 1 to his overnight total, but the player that's really profited in that short period of play has been a Irene Donald. He was, as I say, 29 not out overnight, and he's currently 58 not out. He added 29 of the 44 added off just 23.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic almost player this morning, who's come out with a really fresh attitude, was attacking the ball using his feet and making the most of this older ball, because there's been this trend this season, especially with this batch of Duke balls, that it's a nightmare to face in the first 20-25 overs, but then nothing happens after that. That's why we've seen so many teams try and change the ball as soon as possible, because they're not getting much from it, but it makes it a bit easier for the batters, and Donald just taking full advantage of that. And even Keith Barker, who's with him at the middle at the moment, he played some glorious shots towards the end. My particular favourite was the one where he sliced it right through gully and 3rd slip. That was glorious.
Lovely late cut. Yes, he's 14 off to 16. Now in Donald 58 or 57, so they've added some real impetus to this lower middle order of Hampshire, and Hampshire will be keen to get a move on. The forecast isn't great, particularly between now and the end of the game. Quite how much play we'll get, we don't know, but Hampshire will want to make use of every single minute coming into this game. 2nd in the table, 16 points at the start of this game, behind leaders Surrey, who aren't playing. Northamptonshire mid-table. Counting the points, really, they have 2 at the moment, so do Hampshire. In terms of bonus points, they just want to make sure that they don't get themselves sucked into any relegation battle with just a month to go of the season. Northamptonshire have 4 matches left between now and the end. Hampshire have 3. They won't be playing next week, so they would dearly love to try and make up some of those 16 points. Well, they will make up some anyway, between themselves and Surrey. Surrey start their last of their games next week,
and they would dearly love to beat Northamptonshire here, but then see Northamptonshire beat Surrey next week. So I think we said to Andy that they're going to go from enemies here on the pitch to being Northamptonshire super fans. We'll see all the players waving the flags, going, come on, you can beat Surrey, you can do this. And I mean, from this perspective, from a Hampshire perspective, it's frustrating that weather has impacted this game so much, because it's been such a vital game for Hampshire to really close up that points difference between Surrey. And in the worst way possible, now you almost go, can there be a bit of rain on the circuit around next week as well when they're playing? But then one eye also needs to be kept on Lancashire-Yorkshire, because Lancashire high up in the table as well. If they get a victory over Yorkshire, then they could see themselves just creeping upwards. So there's lots of factors in play here.
There certainly is. Yes, all the other games in Division 1 are currently in action. Essex 452 for 7 against Kent. Yorkshire 14 for 1 replied to Lancashire's 276. Somerset 74 for 2 replied to Gloucestershire's 3 for 3. So all, in a couple of minutes anyway, all First Division matches will be playing. And the sunshine is out, which is absolutely fabulous news. And to continue with his 8th over, in fact he's got 5 balls left of it, is the Northamptonshire medium pacer Luke Proctor, who has 1 for 43. Say Ben Sanderson with the only wicket that's fallen in the short passage of play we had at the moment. Barker's bowled first ball, and Proctor has got through the defences of Barker, coming round the wicket, and that's a bit of a blow for Hampshire there. If you're watching the live picture feed, Barker I think he's just got a little inside edge.
Yeah, he played a bit of a flirty shot outside the off stump, stepped towards the ball, hung his bat out there, but didn't quite commit to that shot. Whether he was looking to cut the ball away, he didn't have that horizontal position in the bat, but it wasn't quite a back foot defensive shot as well, because his body wasn't behind it. So in the end, the ball just catching the top of the bat, and a big blow for Hampshire, and disappointing, because it's never easy as a player going out and playing, what was it this morning, 18.3 or 4 overs did we decide on at the start? 80.
The play this morning.
Yes.
They had it was about 8.
Around 8 overs this morning. Then being off the pitch for 3 hours, and then coming up and facing what was a normally good delivery, but just playing a bit of a loose shot, and suddenly it's back to the pavilion where you can sit there for a little bit longer. But at least for Hampshire's sake, they do have a long batting line-up, and with the wicket of Barker will bring Fuller to the crease, who has been another player in form for Hampshire across the red ball and the white ball.
Yes, he certainly has. Yeah, he's been an absolute revelation this year. 8.4 overs. I've just found out all those notes and all those calculations I made.
I did want to give you the opportunity to, drop in how much maths we were doing before frantically going on air with us. Kevin yelling at me, or not yelling, but going frantically, going, minus this from this, and me having my calculator up going, okay, we can work it out.
We did so many calculations that I forgot which one I actually needed at that particular moment. So James Fuller strides to the crease, and he's played quite a few games. James Fuller, this is his 11th. A useful 374 runs at 26, and coming in at sort of 9 really, and I think maybe 10 one or two occasions. Useful runs.
They are, and he's an attacking player as well, who will complement Aneurin Donald here at the crease. If he just gives himself a chance to see how this pitch plays, it's not one of those pitches where you can get going from the first ball.
Proctor 2 for 43 now in his 8th, and he's over the wicket this time to Fuller. And Fuller gets an edge, and he gets the 4 straight away in the gap between second slip and a very fine gully. And Fuller showing intent there straight away. He's really pushed it that hard.
He has, and it's gone to the boundary with quite a pace. It was a catchable height, but perfectly bisects the slip cord, and it's one of those awkward things where you look at each other and go, who's running down to the deep third boundary to fetch that one back? But
do you know what I reckon here? I'm not. Maybe that shot has put this idea in my head. I think Hampshire feel they've got enough already, as Fuller just hits that into the ground as it bounces and goes out towards point. I think they'll look at that and say, do you know what, in these conditions we've got a lot of runs here.
And in terms of forcing a result, you feel as if that's more important for Hampshire to consider. Now, in the first day yesterday, we were saying anything over 200 would have been a good result for Hampshire in the conditions they've been playing in. And the rain's going to stay around for these next 2 days. Yeah,
get the game going forward as quickly as possible. Short. And Fuller ducks underneath that one. Yeah, so I seriously think they'll look at the board and think, do you know what, in what possibly is the time left, we need to get out there fielding. If we're all at 280, so be it. That's still a great score.
Exactly, and it allows these two at the crease, Donald and Fuller, to play their natural game and potentially their natural white ball game. They've just come from that format, so they may as well keep playing those shots.
Yeah, we'll find out. Fuller gets wrapped on the pad there. It's going down the leg side as the ball ricochets out towards gully.
And it will be an interesting passage of play if that is the case, because you feel as if Fuller here will just launch on any foolish deliveries. We saw him there in that last delivery using his feet. There was a shout for LBW, but he was too far down the crease for it to be a reasonable appeal. But the role of each of the batters interesting as well, because you don't often see both players going for it at once. If they both do, then there's definitely a clear tactic, but whether they'll say Fuller should go in as the new batter and just try and give it a whack, or whether because an Aaron Donald's faced just a few more deliveries out there, they'll consider he's the one to go for it. And we've seen him play some blistering innings this season as well, some really quick centuries, so maybe he may just have his eye on that.
Yeah, this could be an interesting little passage of play, this. One way or another, that's for sure. And we got some Lizard Williams back into the attack. He's the one Northamptonshire seamer who's yet to take a wicket. His figures yesterday, 16 overs, none for 64.
Yeah, he was a bit wayward with some of his bowling as he's coming in now to Donald over the wicket. Bowls back of a length and pushed to mid-wicket for no run. And he didn't quite find his areas consistently enough. I know there was a few overs where he bowled some maidens, I think consecutive maidens, where he hit that back of a length delivery nicely and it just squared up Liam Dawson. There was a good battle between those two in the middle, but when he changed ends and came in from the pavilion end, just had a few too many over-pitched deliveries. He's in again, back of a length, hits Donald in front, and just a lone appeal there from Williams. It looked high, and actually I think it was hitting Donald's thigh pad and going down the leg side, so definitely optimistic.
Don't think we're far away from having the lights back on here. Kelvin Shaw on the same subject we've just been talking about, Mel. solentcricket@gmail.com. Kelvin says, great to be back on and listening to you all. Well, what do you reckon Hampshire will do now? Bat through or declare? Well, I think we've just sort of kind of discussed that.
Williams in again, bowls a fuller one again, jacks in and just makes Donald look a bit uncomfortable there in the crease. He's jumped away from the ball and it's dribbled out into the offside. Another dot ball. Score remains 277 for 7. And on the tweets as well, Nick Jenkins has said, agreed, get 300 and get our bowlers out on that pitch.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 72nd over and this ball's still jagging around. Get him out there. Top three out of 6 bowlers in Division 1. Get him out there.
Here comes Williams, bowls a full delivery and driven past mid-off for 4 by Donald. That rain delay has not impacted how he's seeing this ball. It looks like a beach ball for him out there. And he leans into that shot. Absolutely gorgeous through the covers. And Hampshire's well, they've got going again. There was a flurry of boundaries at the start of the day, and it looks as if things aren't going to change if either of these batters see one which is slightly overpitched. And we can see a discussion there between Jack White and Azad Williams. Bowlers union coming together as Williams bowls again, and this time flicks the ball. Donald in front of square finds mid-on. White there fields, and it's a dot ball.
I think you might be seeing it like a beach ball, but I'm glad it's not acting like a beach ball off his bat. Anything but. It wouldn't go very far.
Well, no, it wouldn't.
Bat, would it? No. But you can still see it like a beach ball.
Would it be harder to catch a beach ball? Because they might bounce out. You'd have to really grab it.
In the wind, it would.
In the wind, yeah, that'd be a nightmare. In comes Williams, and that's a pull in front of square from Donald, who finds mid-on again and can't quite pierce that gap between mid-wicket and short mid-on, which it looks as if he's searching for.
Yeah, so we've got one more ball, 72nd over. I don't think we'll bat, even if we don't lose wickets or not bowled out, I don't think we'll bat to the, with the second new ball.
Williams' final ball of this over bowls to Donald, who's driving straight to extra cover, won't pick up a run there, and completes the 72nd over of this match. 281 for 7. I mean, there is always the risk, though, if they do manage to keep going until then, that you do have the ease of hitting the new ball. It comes on a bit nicer, it's easier to put away.
True.
Unless, of course, there is that argument with the current new ball that actually this is the best time to be batting. It's soft, it's not doing too much. Is it worth trying to navigate that tricky period of spin, or just, as we say, get the Hampshire bowlers out there? I think Keith Barker and Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott are going to be dying to get out there.
I'm sure they're limbering up as we talk. Here comes Proctor bowls, and off the back foot there, Fuller smacks that through the covers for 4 runs. A little bit too short. The shot was on, but got hit away with disdain.
I love the fact that in his 4 deliveries he's faced so far, James Fuller has not moved his feet 1 inch. He's just waiting for the ball to come to him and just dismissing it away to the boundary.
Stand and deliver. 5 balls he's faced and he's already got 8 runs with 2 boundaries. The ball is getting a little wet as it goes over the outfield. 1 or 2 of the fielders just drying it as he hands it back to Proctor. In he comes again, 287 for 7. Proctor wide of the crease, and that's just left Fuller playing and missing. Outside of off stump there, pushing forward. I think he was quite a long way away from that actually.
And again, not moving his feet too much, which you do get used to watching James Fuller play. As you say, he's a bit of a stand and deliver batter, but just now and again that odd delivery will just move off the seam slightly.
Still plenty of movement out there. As Fuller's on the back foot, cracks that straight to extra cover this time. That would have been 4 runs. Unfortunately for Fuller, Rob Keogh was in the way. Yeah, I think he's got a little wet there, fielding that one.
It's a cracking bit of fielding, but he's going to be absolutely drenched. That outfield is incredibly soggy.
Yeah, we just saw the super sopper, just getting rid of a load of rain just before he played. Well, it's bounced outside the off stump again. Fuller's just pushing at that one, but it's done a little too much. Remember, this ball is into its 73rd over. It's behaving like a new ball in the hand here at the moment, as it has done actually for most of the game. So yeah, quick runs for Hampshire is the order of the day. A few overs of these 2, they won't be hanging around if the ball's in the right areas, that's for sure, and sometimes even when it's not. Here comes Proctor, bowls. Fuller gets a length ball, hits that into the ground, plays that back to the bowler. We started in a bit of sunshine at 2 o'clock. That sunshine has disappeared. There are some clouds around, but it's okay, isn't it? It's all right.
It is okay, and the weather has timed it perfectly that when the sun is directly opposite us, all the clouds would have disappeared by then, so we can yet again be blinded for a 2nd day in a row.
Something to look forward to as Fuller pushes up towards mid-off. Bat and pad nice and close together on that occasion. Fuller is 8, Donald is 62 off 64, Hampshire 287 for 7, so they have added 14 in 12 minutes.
I think they'll be happy with this. They weren't expecting the early wicket of Keith Barker, first ball back after the rain delay. Just it's all about these 2 building a partnership. What can they produce on this pitch? And I'd like to think we'd see quite a big variation of Northamptonshire bowlers bowling quite short spells, keeping things snappy, just so that the Hampshire batters can't really settle against any particular bowler. And I think by going with Williams is the attacking option. 1 slip and a gully in play as he runs away from us, 6 in his back, and that's full, defended to cover, fielded on the bounce by Keogh for no run. And even with Proctor bowling at the other end, this Proctor, right? I'm not making that. Yes, with Proctor bowling, another quite attacking option. They've both been expensive, these 2. And even Williams still wicketless, but he's gone for 70 runs. But they just get a bit of extra purchase and pop from the surface as he bowls, and that's straight up, pushed to mid-wicket by an Aaron Donald. There's actually a deep square and fine leg on the boundary now, so there is a gap on the onside. Just whether there's a delivery where you can just hit it square enough to pick up that single. It's also a deep point for that perhaps more wayward delivery.
There's been 1 or 2.
Williams 6 on his back, bright orange soles of his trainers, runs away from us, and that's pulled high in the air out towards deep square leg, and it's gone for 6. Now Aaron Donald, that's the ball he's been waiting for, pounces on that shorter one and says there might be a fielder out there, but I'm going to clear them anyway. Score moves on to 293 for 7.
Wasn't that short, was it really? I think Williams would be thinking, well, yeah, okay, it was a little bit short of her legs, but I'm not sure it quite deserved that. That's a great shot. That is a great shot.
That short-handed jab, square of the wicket. Just waiting for this reply from Williams. He's in again. Another shorter ball, and this time looking to play the same shot. Donald edges it down over that sole slip. Called in for 4. And I mean, unfortunate for the bowler, but getting the impression here that Donald is going to jump on anything back of a length try and get it to that deep square boundary, and it's not where he wanted it to go, but it still brings the result he was looking for.
Do you think he was half expecting a bouncer or something short there?
Maybe. I mean, I wasn't expecting Williams to bowl an identical delivery, to be honest. I was hoping for either a fuller one or a shorter one. He's in again. That's the fuller one, which is clipped uppish to mid-on, and good bit of work there by Jack White. It was an uncomfortable bounce for him. Just on the half volley, and gets a bit of body on that one to stop it. But another dot ball. That's more the reply I was expecting after that 6, was try and get one up in the block hole and see if Donald's prepared to take it on. See if he's prepared to hit him down the ground as well. He took that approach against the spinners yesterday. As Williams bowls, good length delivery, just pushed past him and fielded at short mid-wicket. Completes the over. 70. Oh no, yes it does. Scoreboard slightly behind. Completes the over. 74 overs gone. 297 for 7.
Well, it's our first look at Lizard Williams, the South African. I know he's been a bit mixed. I'm not sure he's been 0 for 80 off 18. I mean, I think on another day he would have picked up 2 wickets, even though he's probably not been as consistent as he or maybe his captain or his coaching staff would have liked. But that's on this pitch, not great figures really.
No, and having been signed for these final 4 games for Northamptonshire, their team will be hoping that he can maybe just provide a bit more with the ball in their second innings and in their remaining games.
James Sales is coming into the attack for the first time, the 19-year-old, who's going to be bowling some right-arm medium paces with one slip from that pavilion end. Comes in and bowls short, and it's pulled away in the air by Donald, but it's safe. Over mid-wicket's head, if there was a mid-wicket, and it just plugs a bit in the outfield and just bounces away harmlessly. And that is, so it's not, it's Fuller, isn't it, not Donald. He got right underneath that, didn't he?
He did, and he probably would have loved nothing more than to smash the young player into the crowd on the first ball. It was a bit of a loosener, but a bit quicker than I was expecting from Sales.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Nice little jump into his action as he comes in again and bowls. That's short again, and Fuller ducks underneath it. I always got the impression that Fuller thought that Vasconcelos wasn't going to take that cleanly, so it's almost like he was ready to run a by, but Vasconcelos did pretty well there.
Vasconcelos has had some difficult catches to take behind the stumps, and I think there's been a few where the umpires have signalled byes where there was no chance he could take the catch, with some late swing taking it away from him all the way for 4. You're going, who wants to be a keeper, honestly?
He's had to be athletic in this game, that's for sure. Sales bowls slightly short of a length. Fuller's on his toes, hits it back on a point. There is a man out there, so they'll pick up just a single. Fuller moves on to 11. This is Sales' second championship match. Picked up 2 wickets up till now, and the applause, if you can just about hear it, is for the Hampshire 300. A few hardy souls still here watching this game. 300 up for Hampshire, another bonus point.
And Northamptonshire just one eye on these runs now, as they've got the field spread almost into a less attacking option with just the one slip.
Yeah, 3 out on the boundary as that's pulled away, swatted away by Donald, and he's found the gap, but I don't think the ball's going to make it. Jack White's going to dive, does really well, and pushes it on to Williams, who throws the ball into keeper Vasconcelos. Did well there, Jack White. I think he'll have a nice green knee.
Maybe brown, more like, with the amount of rain we've had. And the Northamptonshire fielders are just moving a little bit slowly here, but fortunately for them, the ball's moving quite slowly too. That was struck well by Donald, but just slowed down on this wet outfield.
Donald's second top scorer of the season so far, 74 not out, faces Sales again. It's Fuller this time. Donald works that away off his toes through to mid-wicket. Williams comes round, but there'll be a comfortable 2 for Donald, who moves on to 76, 304 for 7. I suppose when you get into this situation, runs seem fairly easy to come by at the moment.
They do, and I don't think they've got the right field here for Sales, or I'm not sure. It's quite unclear what they've really told him to do. The first 2 deliveries were back of a length, which would explain the fine leg and the deep square leg. Square's now moved more in front of square.
It's interesting. Sales comes in again. It's a drive on the up by Donald, who doesn't time it, goes out to extra cover. End of the over, 304 for 7.
But then based on the backward point in the deep third, it would suggest that he would be bowling a fuller or more attacking outside the off stump, and it's never a good sign if you're trying to bowl to a field where you've got half your field split on one and one on the other. It more suggests a team covering all of their bases and being preventative and being cautious of any more runs being spilt. But at the end of the day, they also need to take wickets, and getting that field right is key. Whether he needs to bowl straighter a line and bowl maybe a couple shorter balls, that's the option I would be going for, rather than hanging it outside the off stump. I don't think that's going to be too difficult for Fuller and Donald, just to get a bit of bat on that and get it away to the boundary. But bowl straight and then try and attack those stumps, and eventually you feel as if they've just got to miss one or miscue one up in the air, and there could be a wicket available. As Williams continues and bowls to Donald and cuts right through him there. That was a fantastic delivery. Just looking at that replay. Again, a bit of jagged inwards movement from Nazad Williams. A bit of extra bounce, and Donald there can do nothing but almost stick his back outwards and raise his hands in the air as if he's about to do some exotic dance. Williams turns around at the top of his mark, charges in again to Donald and bowls outside the off stump. It's punched to extra cover, not timed by Donald, and Williams almost slipping there in his follow through.
I mean, to emphasise what you were saying there, I mean, Fuller's first two shots hit through the covers and balls that slightly wide of off stump, haven't they? But there, we've seen from Williams there, just short of a length straight. All right,
Sometimes
2 or 3 balls. I mean, we're in the 76th over. 2 or 3 balls might not do anything, but that one there, jagged back loads.
Sometimes you don't need funky tactics to get that breakthrough. It's defending again is Fuller into the offside for no run.
It's a tighter over this time from the South African.
And we saw with that wicket of Keith Barker that it was just a good length delivery, probably 5th stump outside the off stump. Yes, it was a bit lucky because Keith Barker got an inside edge onto his stumps. But if you're going to choose a tactic, commit to it. Either bowl outside the off stump and pack out at that field if you want a bit of protection, no more boundaries, or attack the stumps and bowl full. As Nazad Williams bowls outside the off stump, this is cut to point, who's out on the boundary, and Fuller picks up just a single. Score moves on to 305 for 7.
Ian East on the tweets at Sunnet Sport says, I really wouldn't hang about it here. Get the 300, or I think he means get the 300. Get the batting point. Feels like we are massively up against the weather and already need an inspired bowling effort to win this game. Would declare very soon, says Ian. I think they will. Williams
running into Donald, who looks to flick that one extravagantly off his legs and just pads it instead to short mid-wicket, and will get no run. I think at this point you wonder what milestone Hampshire are looking for, whether they're going to commit to these two being at the crease and say when one of these two gets out, that's it, we'll declare, but for now let's just see how much they can pile on in a short time. Whether they want to put Kyle Abbott out there in the middle, Mohammed Abbas is unlikely, as Williams bowls a full, and again on the pads of Donald, who this time pads it far enough to the vacant square leg region that they can trot through for a single, and the score moves on to 306 for 7 at the end of that over. 76 overs gone. Because I think if I was Hampshire, I wouldn't really want to put Abbott in or Abbas to bat. I think it would be depending on these two, and then saying, okay, if one of you two gets out, we'll call it a day. But if you're out there in the middle, aim for maybe 3 to 25. We'll just see as how high you can get. But sometimes they have an over cut-off point, so maybe they'll say when you get towards the new ball, then that's when we'll call it. It's interesting.
It is. Yeah, it is. Or do you have one of them still out there, with Abbott and Abbas trying to farm the strike somehow? Donald drives sails up towards mid-on, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but he'll pick up a single. I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, and that is definitely one of the options. The other option is if one of these two will still go for it.
They will, and then you also, if they do, one of these two does get out and you have Abbott come to the middle, you have that interesting equation where you may see one player turning down singles to try and take as much of the strike as possible, and just looking for those boundaries.
Sales bowls full off the back foot, steers that out into the gap in the covers, but there is a man patrolling that boundary now, so it needs to be a real fierce shot.
It was funny though, because I was chatting to Kyle Abbott's father in the earlier session this morning, who was saying that he was originally more of a batter before he really got into the bowling, and he still gets most nervous when he's watching Kyle bat. He has to turn away, he just can't look sometimes. So if he did go out into the middle, you know, we'd have to know that he's suffering watching him bat.
Yeah, he's at the far end now. So that's wide. Donald drives out to the man on the covers, on the cover boundary. That's Luke Proctor. Real width there from Sales. In fact, Donald had to take almost a hand off the bat there to reach it. But Donald moves on to 78, and that's off 77, just what Hampshire have been looking for since he came into bat late yesterday afternoon. 309 for 7. We are into the 77th. Myself and Melissa Story trying to work out when, even if Hampshire aren't bowled out, and of course that's always an option. That's on the line of leg stump, and Fuller tucks it away down towards fine leg, fielded by Jack White as the sun comes out a little stronger, but I'm not sure it's going to be for that long. 310 for 7.
And full credit to the Northamptonshire bowlers who have taken 7 wickets in these conditions. I do just wonder how different it may have been if we'd had those sustained sunny conditions. They've got a bowling attack which seems a bit samey at points, with a lot of right arm over, bowling a similar kind of pace on this wicket.
Sales bowls, Donald flicks it away powerfully down towards deep square leg for a single. He moves on to 79, 311 for 7. I don't know, you were saying just before we came back on there at 2 o'clock for the start of this period of play that you actually felt for the bowlers.
I do feel for the bowlers, because I had to watch the women's test match earlier this year, which was also affected by rain, and having to go warm up and then get on, bowl a few overs, then sit off for 3 hours.
Sales bowls, and there's a drive by Fuller. He hasn't timed it, but he's got it through the gap at extra cover, but I think it's going to be cut off just in front of the boundary rope away to her right. Fuller will pick up 3 though. Moves on to 17, 314 for 7 at the end of that. Sales over.
And then go out to bowl again and get loose again, and just when your body's all stiffening up, and it's a bit nippy outside as well. It's not the nicest of weather. We had a bit of sun just there for a few minutes, but the clouds are starting to roll over again. And I'm just, in general, I'm quite sympathetic for bowlers. It's a tough old life.
It's tough, isn't it? Yeah.
Although not so tough when the ball's still moving about in the 77th over.
I was going to say, it doesn't feel tough. When you rock up here and look at the wicket and the conditions, you think, I'm not sure you sort of turn up with dread. The only problem, of course, is, yes, you're right, they have to keep warming up and warming down.
If it may have been a bit of a different story if it had been bright sunshine and maybe turning up to the Canterbury Road to bowl on that, as Lizard Williams bowls a short one and then comfortably swatted away square of the wicket by Fuller there, and picks up a single. 315 for 7. And that's why I just worry that this bowling attack, maybe on a slightly different surface, may have not been as effective. Of course, I would have been happy to be proved wrong, and they've got 3 more matches to keep going. But on this pitch, they've been helped by the conditions, and they've made the most of the conditions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have Hampshire 7 wickets down by now. But I'd like to think if Hampshire do want to get out there as soon as possible, they'll make the most of having that right-hand, left-hand opening combination. As in comes Williams, and this is pulled away behind square for 4. A glorious shot where again it's been flailed away. And it was a back of a length delivery, just straying towards the top of off stump, and it's been pulled from Donald from the top of off all the way down to deep backward square.
T20 cricket.
It is, and it's that trigger movement as well, which we spoke a bit about yesterday, which I'll talk about after this delivery from Williams. He bowls a full one, and this has been hit hard and high in the air for 6. Glorious shot from Donald. We were wondering whether he was going to take on that fuller delivery of Lizard Williams. He's bowled a full one, and stand and deliver, Donald. Incredible cricket. Moves the score on to 321, I'd like to say, for 7.
Yeah, 50-run partnership as well.
Remarkable from these two.
Balls. 325.
And again, so his trigger movement, very much, he starts with almost all of his stumps exposed to the bowler, then has quite a dramatic step across the stumps. You're following on the live stream, you'll see now as that's a fuller ball outside the off stump, which has been driven for 4 this time by Donald. There's nothing the Northamptonshire bowlers can do to stem this run flow here. And again, Donald just accessing areas of this pitch which other batters have struggled to. He's really showing how much of a 360 player he is. 4 down to deep square leg, 6 over mid wicket, and now a fantastic cover drive. And the score 329 for 7. So by stepping over his stumps, not only does he access and open up that leg side if the Northamptonshire bowlers stray onto his pads, it means he can be quick on those shorter balls to pull the ball away and also almost pounce on those over pitch deliveries and swing through the line. But also by stepping across, that last delivery from Williams was really wide, and I think most batters would be keen to leave that one, but he's just managed to stretch and still time it so perfectly towards the boundary. Williams in again to Donald, who's flailing this one away but finds deep point and will be happy just to take the single and watch the final ball of this over from the non-strikers end. 330 for 7 the score.
And Aaron Donald's now got his top score of the season, beating his 89 in the second innings against Gloucestershire here earlier in the season. And Lizard Williams is closing in on 100 conceded. 97 he's conceded into his 20th over.
2 players creeping up on hundreds. Exciting cricket. Williams bowls to Fuller, who's hit that into the covers in the air. I had no idea where that one had gone. It was a back of a length delivery outside the off stump, which Fuller looked as if he tried to get underneath and get enough pace on it to ramp it over the slip cord, and then he's actually just catching practiced it into a gap in the covers, and it was quite fortunate it didn't find the hands of a fielder, but completes the 76th over. 331 for 7.
Now 2 overs before the new ball. Hampshire need 19 for another bonus point.
Go for it.
I think they are.
And also I think I would be intrigued to see if these two continue with the new ball, and again just see whether it would come on a bit better. They've got their eye in on this pitch, and interestingly enough, Josh Cobb coming into the attack, a bit of spin, and as me and Andrew spoke about yesterday, he's not often one to be seen bowling with a red ball, but he is seen bowling with a white ball and often opening the bowling in the white ball stuff for Northamptonshire.
Okay. Down the wicket comes Fuller and hits that hard wide of mid-on. Has he hit it hard enough? Diving is Williams, can't stop it. It goes over the boundary. Well, there's 4 of the 19.
I mean, I don't think Williams picked that one up just at the beginning. He was stood still for a bit too long and then suddenly had to try and catch up. But I think it's likely here we'll see a bit of shorter format bowling from Cobb, who might just try and dart the ball into the pads of Fuller and Donald. And it really has become a bit of a shorter format battle here between these two teams.
Certainly has. Yes, Cobb bowls down the wicket, comes forward. He can't quite get to the pitch, so just short of a length, like you said.
As he said, he did fantastic for the Welsh Fire, captained them as well in the recent 100 competition, and did bowl himself a lot in those power plays.
Bowled only just over 15 overs in the championship, although this is only his 6th game in the championship, so yeah, not a lot of bowling. And Fuller just works that wide of mid-on for a single. 336 for 7, Fuller 24.
He definitely didn't get that right, that first delivery right, but those following 2 have been shorter, flatter, into the hip or the thigh pad of the Hampshire batters. And with this field he's got set, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep cover, but then the 4 fielders in the ring are really tight, so it is a genuine T20 field here. It's going to be interesting to see what Donald does.
6 runs short of 100 here, and Aaron Donald, as the sun disappears, Donald comes down the wicket, strokes it straight to extra cover, fielded by Proctor, and there is no run. So Hampshire effectively have 8 balls here to get another 14 for a bonus point. And before the second new ball, he's sweeping, that looks out, he's gone. Well, in an effort to get these quick runs, Donald is swept a straight delivery, missed it with the bat. He goes for 94, season's best for him, 336 for 8.
And such a shame, because Aaron Donald deserved that 100. But as always, he plays for the team here, he plays for the situation, and his team will appreciate that sacrifice of his wicket, looking to accelerate Hampshire along so they can get their bowlers out there soon. It's disappointing to fall just 6 runs short, but to get 94 runs off 84 balls, strike rate over 100 on a pitch like this where the ball is still doing parts, doing things at 78 overs in. It's a remarkable effort from the young player.
Certainly is. And Aaron Donald getting a warm round of applause from, well, a section of the crowd, a little bit of the crowd that's stuck around with 3 hours of non-play today. We had 29 minutes this morning, no play between 11 and 2 o'clock. Keith Barker facing his first, in fact it was the first delivery, wasn't it, on the resumption, went for 14 now, and Aaron Donald the second of the wickets to fall in this period of play, and those 2 put on for 63 for the 8th wicket. Now, we have got a situation really where I suppose Northamptonshire will want to try and bowl at Kyle Abbott, won't they? To try and... they'll know what Hampshire are trying to do here.
Yeah, well, Kyle Abbott will fancy a few shots for himself here. If Cobb gets within his arc, bowls a fuller pitched delivery, then I'm sure we will see him have a go for it. But James Fuller's probably having quite a stern word with Abbott here, saying, look, it's me and you out here in the middle. I want you to stay in so I can keep playing these shots I'm playing. Because Fuller has almost become the finisher of Hampshire in the white ball format and the red ball format. He's added some crucial runs at the end of innings. And I mean, if Hampshire can pick up this one final bonus point, then that would be remarkable from the position they were in yesterday, having lost the toss, being put into bowl. Well, the score is 336 for 8, with the wicket of Nyren Donald just falling 6 runs short of his century, playing a sweep shot trapped in front LBW by Josh Cobb. It brings Kyle Abbott to the crease, but they're still going strong here. James Fuller has just hit a boundary, and Hampshire really pushing towards picking up another batting point, just 10 short of that next batting point. We're not sure yet when they're going to be looking for a declaration, whether there's more rain on the horizon, but for now, Hampshire going strong here at the Ageas Bowl, 336 for 8.
Melissa, thank you very much indeed. Live online commentary.
Well, who hit that for? Was that? I think I said it was James Fuller, but I think it was Kyle Abbott.
It's difficult, and I find that as well when I'm doing quick 30-second updates, that you don't actually concentrate so much on the players, more thinking about...
I completely missed the update coming as well. I didn't have anything that I've done a few of them before, but I usually have to write a script myself, and that one caught me completely off guard, and I had no idea what to say.
So it's good practice.
It is good practice.
The thing is with Solent, I mean, and you know, other stations do it differently, but they like to keep it to 30, so that puts you under the pressure straight away, rather than just saying, you know, and keeping going. So brilliant. Right, we've got who have we got here? We've got Sales, who's switched ends, and he's come on at this end. Yeah, Melissa's going to come on for me here. Sales bowling is right on medium pace. So we effectively, we think, have 1 over. In fact, it's now 5 balls where Hampshire are 341 for 8. Hampshire will need 9 of 5 balls to try and gain another bonus point, and we think they might be thinking about declaring. I suppose it depends on how James Fuller bats, but I don't think they'll want to bat against the second new ball. I think they'll want to be bowling as quickly as possible. I don't know if Andrew Rad from BBC Northampton agrees, but here he is.
Afternoon, Kevin. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's hard to know quite what the right thing to do here, isn't it? I mean, Northamptonshire just want another wicket, really, to pick another bonus point up, as we were saying about the whole business of trying to... every point being vital at this stage of the season, and from Northampton's point of view, a 9th wicket, a 3rd point. It's all very, very handy indeed. I just fear that the weather is possibly going to conspire against the best laid plans of any team at the moment, as Sales comes in and bowls to Kyle Abbott, plays it out to extra cover where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Mentioned when I was on with yesterday, Melissa, that Josh Cobb, when he picked up the wicket of Will Rhodes in the match against Warwickshire at Wantage Road earlier in the season, it was his first championship wicket for 3 years. Well, that's his second.
Two good sculpts.
He'll be jolly happy with that. Here's Sales, and again bowls very full and on driven by Kyle Abbott up to mid-on. Jack White fields and keeps it to a single. 1 more to Abbott. He goes to 5, and Hampshire to 342 for 8. We're in the 80th over, so the second new ball due in 2 balls' time. Whether Northamptonshire take it, of course, we shall see. Whether indeed Hampshire will give them the opportunity. Here's Sales in bowls, and there's a big swing and a miss from James Fuller. If he'd made contact, I think it might have landed in the balcony of room 336, just away along the corridor from us. As it was, he didn't make contact. Well, either that, or it may have targeted the scoreboard over deep square. It was
I think he was targeting my car behind us.
It's possible. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Fuller short over his head, and Vasconcelos takes it on the half volley. That's the end of the over. 342 for 8. James Sales has bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 17. So Northamptonshire have used 8 bowlers already in this innings. What is interesting is that the lights were on this morning and now they're off again. My understanding generally is that once the lights are on, they stay on. But they've switched them off. Now, I don't think that's particularly an issue at the moment.
Maybe it's the cost of living
well,
crisis
absolutely. Well,
impacting. I mean, it will do. It will impact.
I was hearing some frightening figures talking to officials at Northamptonshire about how much it costs to put the lights on and how much the annual bill, the energy bill, is likely to increase. Well, there's the first answer that we can have, because Northamptonshire have taken the second new ball, David Milne's brandishing it towards the scorers. So the new ball has been taken, and it's going to be Jack White, who's bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 45, who is going to be bowling from the pavilion end. And it is getting a little bit darker, and I just wonder if the message might go out possibly to put the lights on again, because it is getting a little bit murky once again. We've been saying obviously throughout the day that there's rain around. I was just looking at the radar sitting at the back of the box while Kevin and Melissa were commentating for you, and it just looks as though there's a little bit coming over the Solent, over the back of the general direction of the Isle of Wight, so hopefully it will miss us.
If enough people stand on the edge of the Solent and blow in the opposite direction, then maybe we can push the weather over to the Isle of Wight. I'm sure they'll be forgiving.
You sure?
Oh, here comes new bowler, and that's slapped away for 4. First ball, Jack White into the attack. And Kyle Abbott has been absolutely devastating there. And it was a good bit of movement, a nice bit of a way swing, a bit of a loosener though from White, and it was driven gloriously for 4.
Well, Hampshire have got plenty of time to get the they've still got another 29 overs, 30 overs to get another 54 runs to get the point, so that's not an issue. It's just a question of whether they want that, whether they, as you've been discussing, whether you actually want to get bowling and try and make inroads, try and win the match.
White from the pavilion end bowls a straighter one and left alone by Abbott. A good bit of whip through in that delivery, not less of a loosener than that first one, and signs that this new ball's just going to go through a bit quicker. We'll see some movement.
Yeah, the umpires are now looking over the back of the Rod Bransgrove pavilion towards where the weather is coming from, and there is a rather large and ominous looking dark cloud almost overhead, but it's not, doesn't think it's doing anything just yet, but stand by your beds, we'll see.
White bowling and left alone again by Abbott, and sharp movement away that time. It almost looked like that was a leg cutter.
It's interesting, isn't it? All this speculation you're saying about, what might Hampshire be looking to do, bearing in mind the fact that we're likely to lose more time in the match. And I was talking to John Sadler, Northamptonshire head coach, about this last night, and saying about, in terms of the bowling unit, how easy is it when you're going out thinking, we've got the app says that we may only be out there for half an hour or whatever.
It's White bowls and dismissed down the ground for 4 by Abbott. That is a T20 shot if you'd ever see it. Stand and deliver. He's just hit that aerial over where mid-off would be, and it wasn't a bad delivery. Again, a nice bit of away movement from White, but Abbott dismissing it before it had too many chances to swing.
I reckon that's about a 6-iron, don't you? Something like that. It was a glorious shot. Unfortunately, well, the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, has had his white coat sent out, but the ground staff are now towards the hover cover, unfortunately.
White bowls and tucks up Abbott this time, who can only drop the ball to mid-off, and Williams has a shy at the stumps, but allows them to get through for a single. 352 for 8 the score. We have a...
So it's just that awful sign, isn't it, when the ground staff suddenly sprint towards the hover cover.
One of them's actually just fallen backwards on top of the hover cover.
Yes.
They've been doing more work than anyone else has in Ageas Bowl today.
They've worked very, very hard.
They're allowed a nap on top of the cover if they want to. White bowls, and for the watchers that one go past. And that completes the over.
They've done a brilliant job, haven't they? Because I must admit, after that rain we had this morning, I thought we were going to be on for a much longer delay, and they've really done an excellent job. But no, I was going back to this business of how easy it is for players and batters as well, of course, to keep concentration when you think, are we going to be on for half an hour? Are we going to be coming off again? And John Sadler wasn't terribly sympathetic to to that particular view, and made the point that his old coach used to say, don't worry about rain, just get on with the game. And I think every team, certainly you talk to old cricketers, and every team used to have somebody in it who was like the weather prophet, and who was the one they was relied on to, in the days before apps and that sort of thing. What's going to happen?
They've been told something by the beings and the clouds, and they had the special, the prophet almost.
Yeah. Well, Northamptonshire's former captain, a great man of cricket, one of my cricket heroes, Jim Watts, who was captain when I first started watching Northamptonshire, apparently was very good at that. Here's Sanderson coming in, bowls to Abbott, who's up on his toes, runs it down towards backward point, and they're through for a single. Abbott to 15, Hampshire to 352 for 8, and strangely, after the ground staff had made their way to the hover cover, now the sun is trying to come out.
It's a battle between the elements here, as rain's desperately trying to win, but sun isn't giving up just yet.
You try and work out the weather around here. I tell you, I'm glad I don't cover too much cricket here. It's an interesting little microclimate. Here's Sanderson in again, down the leg side, most un-Sanderson-like delivery. Good diving, tumbling take by Ricardo Vasconcelos. James Fuller looking to just try and get something on it. I think if he got anything on it, it would have run away down there for 4. Yeah, Jim Watts, they always used to say, if he brought his Mac, turned up at the ground with his Mac, then you were in trouble.
Which of course was a coat back then, not a flashy laptop.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Packer Mac. Do you remember Packer Macs?
I had a Packer. I've still got the Packer Mac.
Marvellous things. Great inventions. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Fuller, who's on the back foot, punching it out fairly gently out into the covers. Josh Cobb trots round to field, one of those mutual consent singles. Takes Fuller up to 26 and Hampshire to 353 for 8.
I always wonder, those players who you say were in charge of the weather, what signs they had to look at, because I know certain grounds the weather comes from a certain direction, but whether when the wind picks up, or do they notice the behaviour of the birds in the sky? Is there certain telltale signs?
Pine cones.
Oh,
whether pine cones are open or closed. Seaweed. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Abbott, and that just nipped back in at him, and Abbott did well to get something on it, and in the end it just rolls off a thick inside edge up to mid-wicket, where Keogh fields. Another run to Kyle Abbott, goes to 16, 354 for 8. It's wonderful to talk to his dad this morning up here in the box, wasn't it? It was most interesting.
It was interesting hearing about Kyle and his brothers growing up and all the various sports and influences. His dad was an athlete, and on his mother's side there was badminton.
Still back his dad to beat me over 100 metres. Here's Sanderson in again, and down the wicket comes Fuller. It's gone up a very long way. Rob Keogh is underneath it, should take the catch, does take the catch. So Northamptonshire have picked up their 3rd bowling bonus point. That went up a very, very long way. They completed 1. I think if they'd gone flat out, they possibly could have crossed for the 2nd. Rob Keogh in the end took it, and it's a good catch because it's quite a little swirling breeze at the moment. And he finished up on his backside, but he held on. It's another wicket for Ben Sanderson, his 3rd of the innings. Fuller goes for 26. And Hampshire are 354 for 9. So Mohammed Abbas will be coming to the crease.
Interestingly enough, Kyle's dad was saying, we were talking about how Hampshire have quite a long tail, and that Mohammed Abbas usually isn't trusted with much responsibility when he comes out to the middle, but I've got assurances from Kyle's dad that he really is a good batter. He's just never given a chance. They say that people who play with him always turn down the single and don't let him show his real batting prowess. So I'm delighted to see Mohammed Abbas stroll to the middle with Kyle Abbott, so we can see the best demonstration of batting from the whole game.
Well, it's always nice when there's a theory out there and we get a chance to actually see whether it's true or not, but we shall, that theory will be put to the test presently. The good news is that it's now, after saying it was a bit murky 5-10 minutes ago, it's now a lot brighter. There is some blue sky visible overhead, just about enough to knit a pair of sailor's trousers, as my nan used to say. And well, I think certainly one member of the ground staff has abandoned the hover cover and is headed back to their little eyrie just next to the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. So
3 of them are now lying down on the covers.
It looks very comfortable,
actually. It must be. It's like an air mattress, but a more back like supporting one.
Well, it's like one of those adverts you see on television every now and again for these inflatable beds for, you know, to make sure that if you have unexpected guests, you can always give them a comfortable bed, and you inflate the thing in half an hour or something.
Inflate a hover cover in the garden, and you can house as many guests as you want overnight.
Well, Ben Sanderson, 3 wickets, looking for a 4th, and Ageas on strike. He's well nicely behind that one, no problem at all. Plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields, end of the over, 354 for 9. So Kyle Abbott on 16. Mohammad Abbas yet to get off the mark. Sanderson's 19 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 40. A little bit of reward for Sanderson, who bowled well again yesterday. I think that little spell he had after tea was as well as I've seen him bowl this season, to be honest. I thought he was outstanding in that spell. Went past the bat so many times. But Hampshire with a decent total on the board in bowler friendly conditions, and the question now, once we get the I's dotted and T's crossed at the end of this Hampshire innings, is how is that powerful Hampshire seam attack going to fare against Northamptonshire top order?
I'm not sure whether it's just almost a recurrence or a consequence of me growing up with our current England Test team, that I always get a bit nervous when I watch my team bat, but I love watching them bowl. As here comes White and bowling to Abbott, who's advancing down the pitch and edging that down to deep third. Picks up 2 runs as they scamper back quickly for the second, and the crowd here like that almost impetus there from Kyle Abbott. I said pitch wrong so many times, it actually came out more like pigeon. So he didn't advance down the pigeon. There's fortunately no pigeons have been harmed, but he did advance down the pitch and didn't make the contact he was looking for. I think he was looking to play another golf shot down the ground like his previous club.
Took the wrong wedge, I think.
White bowls a short one, and Abbott, I think, has no idea where that one's gone. It could be a great catch for the keeper, but no. In the end, Vasconcelos there has made a lot of room, chased that ball down. It was a shorter pitch delivery from White. Kyle Abbott had a go at it, had no idea where it had gone. It had gone straight up in the air, landed around that short fine leg area, and poor Vasconcelos has done all the work.
The only thing that was missing there was the Benny Hill theme, wasn't it? Because you've got fielders tumbling around all over the place. Throw came in, missed the stumps, batters diving for the crease, somebody having to run round to back up. It was mayhem.
Kyle Abbott picks up 2 runs and he's back on strike to White and has a swing at that one. It bounces off his pad and goes down to deep third, but he's turned down the single here. Again, see, poor Mohammad Abbas, he does a fantastic defensive shot his first ball, and then no one trusts him with the bat. He's even at the non-striker's end right now practicing his swings across the line. And that can only fill you with faith as a batter at the other end. He's saying, come on, let me have a go, Kyle. Although Kyle Abbott, 20 off 14 balls, he's made good contact. And he's looking for those 2s, 4s or 6s at this rate. White bowls to him and he has a slash at that one outside the off stump. Misses. Goes through to Vasconcelos behind the stumps. 358 for 9 the score.
I think I was saying about Josh Cobb, he doesn't often find himself fielding down on the 3rd man boundary. He probably feels he's slightly in the firing line at the moment, actually, because if Kyle Abbott gets anything on one of these big swings, he could well be flying down in Josh Cobb's general direction.
White comes into bowl on the pads of Abbott, who's prodding that straight to mid-wicket for no run. That's more the line, I think, which will be successful here against Abbott. Don't give him any width to free his hands or bowl a fuller length that he can get underneath, but just back of a length on the hip. It's a tail ender. That's never really where you want the ball. And he's got protection out there. He's got a fine leg, deep square, deep cover and a deep third. And he comes again, bowling to Abbott, who pulls this one in the air. Or has it gone along the ground? It's bounced just short of the fielder, who's let the ball go past them. And Abbott happy to settle for just the single, because that is the end of the over. He'll retain the strike. Score moves on to 359 for 9. It's all rather comical out there as well. They've probably got a bit doolally being sat in the changing rooms for so long.
Frenzied, I think, is one word that comes to mind at the moment. But I mean, one thing, in all seriousness, you know, if we do get through, and you know, if the weather is kind to us, and especially with a decent breeze at the moment, you would hope that if we do get a shower, it's going to bowl through fairly quickly. There's still an awful lot of cricket to be played today. 47 overs. We've got, what, just under an hour to go till tea. But we've still got 47 overs in the day, so assuming this innings doesn't go on too much longer, Hampshire have got every opportunity to make serious inroads tonight. Here's Sanderson looking for his 4th wicket, bowls to Abbott, who plays that out towards deep mid-wicket. Emilio Gay coming in from the boundary, but they're not going to take the single. So Mr. Abbott Senior's theory about Mohammad Abbas and his batting seems to be borne out by events so far. He's stranded at the non-striker's end, itching to have a go at Ben Sanderson. The field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the boundary. 2 saving, 1 on the offside. Sanderson in, bowls to Abbott, who's gone big again. It's gone up in the air. It's going to drop short of Josh Cobb coming in from long on, and once again they haven't gone for the single.
Some of these players may be quite relieved that they've been playing in the 100 or the One Day Cup this last month, because these kind of tactics being pursued.
Well, Josh Cobb hasn't even thrown the ball in yet. He's having an animated conversation with Luke Proctor, who's out there at long off.
He probably wants a bowl, Josh Cobb. He said, I've already picked you up the big wicket.
Absolutely, yes.
Took me straight off.
Let me have another go with the new ball. That'd go down well. Here's Sanderson running away from us, and bowls to Abbott, who cracks that away through the covers. I think it's going to beat Luke Proctor. It does beat Luke Proctor, and runs away for 4. And this little cameo from Kyle Abbott continues. He goes up to 25, and Hampshire to 363 for 9. So 37 more runs they need to get the maximum 5th batting bonus point.
Kyle Abbott's dad said he didn't enjoy watching his son bat because he usually gets nervous, but I'd like to think he's enjoying this innings of his because he's throwing caution to the wind.
He is 25 off 20 balls, and at the moment there's plenty of wind to throw it to as well. It's quite stiff breeze now coming across the ground, and Abbott's gone big again, and that might be coming in our general direction. Josh Cobb is underneath it, but all he can do is wave it on its way as it crosses the boundary over the rope at long on for 6. Ben Sanderson is not used to this sort of treatment, it's probably fair to say. Abbott to 31, Hampshire to 369 for 9.
We were talking, me and Kevin James, about the new ball and whether Hampshire would declare just before, not give the Northamptonshire bowlers a chance just to move the ball around. But there's also that risk. Although there's risk, there's reward, because the ball's coming on faster, it's easier to hit, and it's flying off the bat just that bit quicker.
Well, you've got 4 men on the boundary now in an arc between deep mid-wicket and long off, and Abbott this time is going to take the single. It hits him on the pad. I don't think there was any bat involved. No, there wasn't. It's signalled as a leg by the umpire. So 1 more onto the total, 370 for 9, and it means that Mohammad Abbas is going to be tested for 1 ball.
I think he should smoke this for 6 to prove a point. Or I'd quite like him to defend it in a very, very stable and sensible manner, and allow Kyle Abbott to keep doing his thing at the other end.
Well, they've got suddenly 2 slips have appeared. So Sanderson with 1 ball to try and dislodge Mohammad Abbas, and he's in, bowls, and Abbas is in behind that like the Rock of Gibraltar, plays it out into the covers. That's the end of the over. 370 for 9. Kyle Abbott's made 31. Mohammad Abbas yet to get off the mark. I shall need to go and update BBC Radio Northampton into their 3 o'clock news, so I'll bring Kevin James back in, and Kevin and Melissa doubtless can talk through to the end of the Hampshire innings, unless of course Hampshire are still batting in an hour's time and have got 450 on the board, but we shall see. For the time being, 370 for 9. Jack White to continue from the pavilion end.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Can't believe Hampshire's still batting, but it's going along well. Apologies for earlier. I think I confused myself as much as everybody else. I'll come to that in a moment. There's White bowls. He follows Abbott. He's stepped away to the leg side to try and give himself some room. Good bowling from White. I think in an effort to try and explain that I thought maybe Hampshire might pull out at the end of the first new ball, but try and get 350 at the same time. I probably confused myself, and everybody else was saying that bonus points were only up until 80 overs. Well, of course they're not. They're 110, but I thought Hampshire might try and get an extra bonus point before 80 overs. They didn't, because they were about 300 and I'll come to that in a moment. As Abbott gives himself some room, clubs that away up to deep mid-off, but they're not going to get any more than a single at most, so they decide not to run. 342 for 8 it was, so apologies for the confusion. I know one or two of you have been messaging whilst I've been off air, and hopefully that's, well, I didn't clear it up at the time, but hopefully I've cleared it up since. So apologies, yeah, confused myself, confused everybody listening and watching. So right, back to normal, 370 for 9. Hampshire obviously trying to get as many as possible and hope that if things go well, they don't have to bat again in the game. As Abbott goes away outside off stump this time, misses it, goes over the top of the stumps, I think, through to keeper Vasconcelos. I think Northampton will be a little bit disconsolate out there a little bit. It's, for me, no way should Hampshire have got to this total in these conditions over the last couple of days. But I think once you get to a certain position, it's almost as if whatever luck's going goes your way as a batting side, and Northampton will probably feel that they can't do much right at the moment. But it happens like that. There's White from the pavilion end, and it's clubbed away, but not timed by Abbott as it trickles out towards deepish cover. They will pick up a single because we've had 4 balls of this over, which will leave Mohammed Abbas a couple of balls to see out. It's very much now what Abbott does and tries to get as many wickets as possible. What Hampshire don't want to do now is, of course, not hardly get a run, because then you lose the momentum that you've built up. But at the moment it's okay. Abbott is 32 off 26. Abbas has faced just 2 balls, and hopefully 2 more from a Hampshire point of view. Good ball there, but Abbas is behind that one. So White looks a little bit disappointed that didn't quite get through the defences. Ball trickles back up the wicket and there's no run. Ralph Brooker at Sunderson Sports says James Fuller could take this beyond 400 quick. That was a little early. I don't know why that's just suddenly come through. Apologies, Ralph. Might just to be a slight lag on the computer here. As I say, one or two of you just trying to make sense of what I said earlier, but there was no sense. Here comes White, bowls, and Abbas is in behind that one nicely. That's pushed out into the covers. The crowd enjoyed Abbott. Abbas's couple of defensive shots there. So we've had 85 overs of the game, 85 overs of Hampshire's first innings, 5 overs with the new ball, and they are 371 for 9. Hampshire looking, as I say now, to basically get as many runs as they can, and just hopefully the rain will stay away for as long as possible. We got a resumption at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Keith Barker was out first ball on the resumption, bowled by Proctor for 14. Then Narwin Donald kept his innings going, 94 of 84 balls in the end for him. And Fuller, who made a quick fire 26, as well as Sanderson comes in. Down the wicket comes Abbott, cracks that the way through, extra cover. Not quite enough on it as the fielder at deep cover comes round, fields it on the boundary, but almost as importantly, Abbott will pick up 2 and keeps the strike and moves on to 34. Kyle Abbott's dad up here this morning talking about Kyle's batting, certainly at the start of the season. Abbott couldn't get a run at the start of the season. I just think his dad, who's over here from South Africa, will be mighty happy to see what his son's doing at the moment. 34 off 27, with hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, more to come. There's 373 for 9, Hampshire stand at short ball. Now, but it gets underneath that and hits that high over mid-wicket. I don't think the fielder can see it. In fact, he's cowering the field. He doesn't know, he's not seen it. Hasn't gone for 6, it's signalled 6. And what a remarkable hit from Abbott, who clubbed that away on the onside. And the fielder there just didn't know it was happening, and he just crouched down at deep mid-wicket. It was bizarre. Abbott moves on to 40. 379 for 9. I'm just going to ask Melissa if she can do me a little favour. Can you grab me that book, please, because I've forgotten it. Thank you very much. Sorry. She was doing something more important, probably on social media again. She's been answering some questions, actually. She's an ECB ambassador, and he's on Instagram at the moment answering some questions. So if you want to send some in, actually Melissa's just had an idea here, so we'll come back to that. So 379 for 9, Hampshire are still going in their first innings. And what a remarkable, the fielder out there actually was Emilio Gay. Now Abbott's got underneath that, he's hit it in the air, he hasn't hit it hard enough, but he's fallen just short of deep mid-off, and they've stayed where they are. The hashtag is whatever the address is, @WeGotGameOfficial. I think if you Instagram that, is it? Yeah. then Melissa will answer some questions for you on behalf of the ECB, and she's been answering some all day.
Is that the same as a telegram?
I have no idea. Melissa's just wrote that down, or written that down for me, I should say, in proper English. 3.79 for 9.
BBC Radio Northampton have been updated.
Yep.
Asking me about the fish pie.
Oh, I bet you gave that glowing report. There's almost a full toss actually, a good Yorker outside off stump, but somehow Abbott has steered that away on the leg side for a single. And with 2 balls left of this over, again, Abbas needs to keep these 2 balls out. 380 for 9. I was just saying earlier, Andrew, that I think you get into a situation in a game now where even though it's not a huge amount of runs, that actually the luck goes your way.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get to that point, don't you?
Yeah, there's a few gone up in the air. I mean, a couple of magnificent blows, but things haven't quite been going Northamptonshires way in this last half an hour or so.
Well, Sanderson bowls to Abbas, gets wrapped on the thigh pad, but most importantly, he's still there.
But as they say, fortune favours the brave, and Kyle Abbott's gone out with very clear intention of trying to put bat to ball, get Hampshire to maximum batting bonus points, and then obviously get to work with the ball. And it's got to be good tactics with you know, rain around, whether we get any more today. And I have to say, I was looking at the radar at the back there, it's not too bad. There's nothing, you know, in the immediate horizon in terms of rain, so hopefully we'll get a little bit more play before we have to start looking to the skies again.
350 is tea, just over 44 overs left in the day's play, and it gets an edge, flies just past second slip, who may just have got a fingertip to it.
I think he might have. Emilio Gay again. Yes, he's been busy in there in this innings. Let's have a look. It just bounced a little bit, edge, hard to tell. May just have got a little fingertip on it, but flew well wide of him, and he's one of the taller men in the side at about 6'3", 6'4". He's not very happy with himself. He's I think he might well actually have got a little hand to that just by the reaction. He's just looks a little bit grumpy. Anyway, Jack White to continue. 2 for 60 from 19 overs so far. So Northamptonshire have already used 8 bowlers in this innings. There is now close field has disappeared for Kyle Abbott, and once again we have missionaries sent to distant parts of the field as White comes in and bowls to Abbott, who plays that very calmly off the back foot up towards mid-on, and Emilio Gay has to come in from the furthest corners of the Ageas Bowl, the mid-wicket boundary just in front of the hover cover and Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, just to the edge of the square to field that, because there was no way they were going for the single. Probably here the breeze getting up. We mentioned it when I was on with Melissa a little while ago. It's actually getting quite gusty now as White running in towards us, bowls to Abbott, gives himself room, flays that over backward point for 4. Abbott to 45 off 33 balls. Hampshire 384 for 9. And the Northamptonshire attack taking a bit of hammer here.
I really cannot believe when we started this game yesterday
yes,
that Hampshire would get anywhere near here.
No, they've done very well in a variety of styles, and full credit to an Iron Donald. What an innings that was. 94 off 84. Terrific knock. Is White in again, bowls to Abbott, takes him maybe on the thigh pad, bit of bat as well, runs down to Keogh at long leg. They don't decide to run, so it stays at 384 for 9.
Well, this is Abbott's top score of the season. Beats his 38 in the first innings against Yorkshire here against Yorkshire.
Just looking at games elsewhere. Somerset are in a spot of bother against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Here's White in again, bowls to Abbott, who's turned that down to Keogh at long leg. This time they do come through for the single. That was the 4th ball of the over, so Mohamed Abbas being trusted with 2 balls. 385 for 9, Abbott to 46. Gloucestershire all out for 343, Somerset now 120 for 4. That's down at Taunton. At Old Trafford in the Roses match, Lancashire having collapsed from 232 for 1 to 276 all out. 6 wickets for George Hill. Yorkshire are 65 for 1 in reply. Canterbury. Essex 572 for 9 against Kent. Abbas facing his next ball from White, short of a length, outside the off stump, plays and misses, goes through to Vasconcelos. So Essex building a huge total against Kent down at Canterbury. In the East Midlands derby at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 201 all out, Leicestershire rolled out for 93 in reply, and Nottinghamshire 261 for 4 in their second innings, so 369 runs to the good. Go through the rest of those scores in a second as White comes in, bowls to Abbas down the leg side, taken by Vasconcelos. That's the end of the over. 385 for 9. Abbott is 46, Abbas yet to get off the mark. And at Cardiff, Worcestershire 454 for 9 declared. Glamorgan had just started their reply at 22 for 1. And at Derby, Derbyshire 306 all out, and Durham in reply are 116 for 3. But that huge total for Essex, who are 4th in the table, 1 place ahead of Northampton, just started off this round of matches 5 points above Northamptonshire, both Essex and Northamptonshire having played 10 matches. So Essex will have maximum batting points there.
385 for 9, starting the 88th over. Here's Sanderson, runs away from us and bowls to Abbott, who drives hard, and I think there's going to be at least 2 here. I don't think they are actually. Abbas wasn't the quickest there with his first run, so likely he's going to face the majority of this over if he can stay put. 386 for 9. Don't forget that Instagram on behalf of the ECB at the moment that Melissa Story's doing. She's answering your questions. You can get involved at We Got Game Official. She's on it right now. I can see her just a few yards away from us on the camera gantry here, answering many questions on behalf of the ECB on Instagram. Get involved. 386 for 9. She'll be just as busy off mic as she will be when she comes back on. There's going to be an extra slip put in for Abbas. I think that's exactly what Northampton needs to do here. Just need to crowd Abbas a little bit. I'm not sure he's going to. Well, he may do. He may have a little slog at it. We'll have to wait and see as Sanderson comes in. Sunshine back out. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad. A little too straight there from Sanderson. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Abbas gets a warm round of applause, although it's a leg by. It's gone too straight, Sanderson.
Wasn't it? It was almost the biggest ovation of the day, I think, for Mohamed Abbas getting off strike.
There was a big cheer here last game or game before. I can't remember who it was for. It was something absolutely ridiculous, but they do sometimes just cheer almost something very average. But Abbas is at the non-strikers end. It's Abbott back on strike as Sanderson comes in. Always beaten Abbott there past the inside edge. That's just nipped back. Abbott coming down the wicket there. Good length ball. Wasn't going to hit that one.
Talking about lengths yesterday, weren't we? I think we were on together, and I was talking to John Sadler last night and saying about Northamptonshire probably trying to bowl a little bit too short yesterday afternoon, given the conditions, and he said that probably was how it looked from their end as well. Yeah. But he said you've got to trust your bowlers and your captain to know to feel the conditions out there, rather than necessarily looking from outside.
Yeah, just 3 or 4 inches too short, really, wasn't it? Really,
yeah.
Abbott tries to hit that one, misses, goes past leg stump. Sanderson just sinks to his knees there a little bit. Can't quite believe how that hasn't got an inside edge or even clipped the stumps on its way through. Ben
Sanderson does exasperate it extremely well. He really does. It's Royal Shakespeare Company potential, I think, with some of his expressions. It's extraordinary. Very impressive.
Has a best of 5 for 66 this season. He won't quite get there even with a wicket at the end. Sunshine back out. I think we're going to have a situation where the sun's out for a few minutes, then in for a few minutes and back out. Sanderson's ultra in the field. Mid-off is coming up. That's Luke Proctor. So's extra cover. They're going to try and keep Abbott at that end. Mid-wicket's coming up. Emilio Gay. And so's mid-on. So this is going to be a little interesting delivery. In fact, 2 deliveries here. What is Sanderson going to bowl? What is Abbott going to do? Comes in. Sanderson, length ball, Abbott goes big over mid-off, and that will be 1 bounce for 4. Well, that's the risk as a bowler, isn't it? You try to put pressure on the batter, but at the moment Abbott has the answers. He's on 51 of 38 deliveries with 6 4s and 2 6s, and would you believe, in his 104 41st match that's only his 11th half century.
It is extraordinary when you consider he's obviously a very, very fine striker of a cricket ball.
You wouldn't have said that at the start of the season.
No,
Andrew, it's amazing, isn't it? How some batters can look totally out of nick, which he did, and now all of a sudden look different. Here, he's played very well. He's tried to cut that one down to third man, misses, a good extra bounce there, goes through to keeper Vasconcelos. 391 for 9. We've had 88 overs.
Yeah, and from Northamptonshire's point of view now, it's just a question of hanging in there, and I'm sure the openers, Will Young and Emilio Gay, well, assumes it's going to be then. I think the feeling seems to be that as he's kept, and particularly kept for a long time in this innings, Ricardo Vasconcelos is unlikely to open. He's probably going to bat a little way down the order, possibly push Luke Proctor up to 3. I'm sure their minds already turning to the test ahead at the hands of Messrs Abbas, Abbott, Barker, Fuller et al. 2 slips in place. Jack White looking for his 3rd wicket of the innings, 2 for 65 off 20 so far. Bright sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl, which is very nice to see. Now, they've got 2 slips in with Abbas on strike, and now Josh Cobb is being pulled up from the 3rd man boundary to come into the slip cordon. Lazard Williams is dropping back down to 3rd man, and they're bringing a man in there at point. Abbas on strike. White bowls to him, but he's in behind that perfectly well, pushes it out into the offside. Proctor fields coming in from point, and there's no run. Solid in defence, nothing wrong with it at all.
Yes, at the moment it's looking good. Thank you to Mark Fletcher for reminding me at Solent Sport. The big cheer last week was an ironic one for a wide that was signalled. The crowd clearly thought several others before it should have been. That's right, I remember it now.
Nice,
it was an amazing cheer, Andrew. Thank you for Angela Wodehouse, solentcricket@gmail.com, who says the same.
Here's White in, bowls to Abbas, who steers it down for his first run, which is also guaranteed to get a big cheer, and indeed it is. It goes down to Lazard Williams at 3rd man. So Mohamed Abbas is off the mark. 1 to his name, and Hampshire 392 for 9. 8 more runs to get a batting bonus point. Time's not an issue. They've got bags of overs in which to do it. Question is, now, you get to 400, do you pull out then, Kevin, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's a delicate balance. I mean, I just don't think Hampshire want to bat again unless they have to.
No, fair enough. Here's White in again, down the leg side. A really good stop by Ricardo Vasconcelos. I just wonder if it may have just flicked a little pad or trouser as it went down the leg side. It was a really good stop, diving away to his left by Vasconcelos, who's come in to keep wicket in this match in place of Lewis McManus. And he's had a tough game, I think it's probably fair to say, so far. He's done pretty well, and I think you were saying with Melissa earlier, there were a couple yesterday that were called as byes, went down the leg side, and I'd absolutely no idea how we could have got anywhere near them, but anyhow. Here's White in, bowls to Abbott, who's onto the back foot, played out into the covers, no run to be had there, fielded by Proctor at extra.
Sorry, just to finish that email with Angela, she's on the Isle of Wight. She says also Mel was saying she didn't want the weather to come over from the Isle of Wight. However, it's dry here and sunny, a bit breezy. She says she's enjoying listening from home as I try to do the Christmas rotas for the ambulance service. A little bit of advice there: don't grant any leave. There you go.
Seems like quite a good idea. Here's White, it bowls to Abbott, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. White fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. I was worried a little bit about Jack White when he comes to places like this. I mentioned on commentary before that when he was likely to be picked for the game down at Canterbury, I did an interview with him after the Warwickshire match when he bowled really well, and so he must be looking forward to going down to Canterbury, and he said it's too far south. He's a proud Cumbrian, and it's a bit worried coming down to this part of the world. Here's White in again, and Abbott giving himself room as flayed that away over backward point for 4. It beats Lazard Williams running round from deep cover, crosses the rope, and Hampshire now a boundary away from the fifth batting bonus point. 396 for 9 at the end of the over. It means that Mohamed Abbas will be on strike for the start of the next over. Abbott is 55 off 43 balls. Mohamed Abbas has made 1. Now who's going to bowl? They're going to have a go at Abbas, who is on strike. Is it going to be Sanderson? I think it is. Yes, it is.
I have to say this last wicket has gone exactly the way Hampshire could have hoped for. They've put on now 42 since James Fuller went, and that was just before 10-3, and that's come in around about half an hour. So Northants haven't been able to sort of give Ageas the majority of the strike. Abbott's always picked up a boundary when he's needed to, and a single in the same over, and it's all falling Hampshire's way at the moment. So here's Sanderson then, 22 overs, 3 for 64, comes in right arm over, bowls to Ageas down the leg side, another good take there from Vasconcelos.
Last wicket partnership record for Hampshire against Northamptonshire is 68.
On this ground?
In all first class matches. 68 by Desmond Eager and Malcolm Heath at Portsmouth in 1948.
Wow. I'm surprised that's quite low.
Yeah, no, I would have thought it quite surprised it's that low, but that's what it is.
Desmond Eager, former secretary of Hampshire, as Ageas. Oh, that's a nice shot. That's from about off stump, and he's just come across his stumps and guided it down to fine leg. I tell you what, if you were number 6, you'd be pleased with that. And I tell you what, I love that from Ben Sanderson. Did you see that? Just patted Ageas, almost as if to say, do you know what, I enjoyed that as well, mate. And Ageas returned the favour. Love that. Yeah,
it's nice to see. It's, I doubt Ben Sanderson enjoyed it that much, but no, I think that it was a nice gesture. Love that. Only 68, which is surprising. Looking to see Hampshire won that match by 6 wickets. Going to see who did what in that game.
Field, of course, changes for Abbott with it being spread a little more.
Yeah, Desmond Eager made 100. Ooh. 105 in that game.
Sanderson to Abbott. Abbott drives, it's in the air, but there's nobody in the cover position. That would have been a fairly regulation catch because the man in the cover position is deep. So that's a single.
The chap you mentioned yesterday, Lofty Herman, got some wickets in that match.
Okay.
And Hampshire say won by 6 wickets.
398 for 9. Hampshire 2 runs away from a 5th bonus point.
You weren't commentating on that one, were you, Kevin?
I hope not. Sometimes during the season I feel like I've been commentating that long. I don't know about you, Andrew.
Yeah, this time of the year.
I do worry sometimes that people think, gosh, that Kevin Jones voice again. It's grating. As Sanderson bowls shortish. Ageas plays that quite nicely as well, sways inside the line.
It's one of those great instances which you often see in these sort of circumstances where the game is basically split into 2 totally almost unrecognisable contrasting phases, and that you've got when Ageas is on strike, Northamptonshire have got 3 slips and a gully in, and it looks like first over with the new ball, and as soon as Kyle Abbott comes on strike, the field has disappeared to all corners of the ground. You've got sort of 7 out on the boundary.
Sanderson comes into Ageas. Ageas turns that nicely away on the leg side again from straight, comfortably down towards backward square leg, and he picks up a single. Ageas onto 399 for 9. There's a battle going on out there, but there's also a battle now between the 2 historians, or archivists I should say, Andrew Radd to my right, representing Northamptonshire, and Dave Allen representing Hampshire, because at Solent Sport, Dave has just tweeted that record 10th wicket that you were talking about, Andrew, was Eager and Heath, but
George Heath,
George
not
Heath,
Malcolm.
not Malcolm.
Yes.
That's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
No relative. No relative.
No, apologies. I just realised that I've got the wrong Heath there, but yeah, no, it was George.
I bet you two are fun on a dinner party.
Never get invited to one personally.
Here comes Sanderson, down the wicket comes Abbott, hits it up to mid-arm, there's the single, and there's the 400. 400 for 9, and it's come up at the end of the 90th over. Who on earth would have thought that Hampshire would have made that many in this situation, but they have, and there's been some fantastic contributions all through the Hampshire innings. Wasn't the most sweetly struck of Abbott's 57 runs, but just as important as all the others. Hampshire now have 5 bonus points.
Yeah, 5 bonus points, and they're not pulling out. They're going to keep going for a bit longer anyway. See how it goes. Sanderson with his arms around Jack White, just giving him a little bit of encouragement or the odd suggestion here and there. And in fact, no, they have decided that they are indeed going to pull out. So Jack White was back at his mark, and he's just turned round. That's wonderful. Jack White has just got to the end of his mark, turned round, and saw both batsmen walking in his direction. He just wondered if he'd done something to upset them, and indeed no. Hampshire have declared at 400 for 9, so from the point of view of the two sides in bonus points, both are happy because Hampshire have got the maximum 5 batting points, Northamptonshire have got the maximum 3 bowling points, and you'll hear the applause, I'm sure, for Kyle Abbott. 57 not out off 45 balls. Mohammed Abbas unbeaten on 3. The last wicket partnership unbroken on 46, so George Heath and Desmond Eager are safe in their glory at least for another season or so. 400 for 9 it is.
Yeah, wonderful effort from Hampshire in the rather limited amount of play that we've had so far on day 2. I think we'll take a quick break before we bring you the Northamptonshire reply. Top scorer then, Anarian Donald. Fantastic innings from him, straddling both days. 94 of just 84 balls with 2 sixes and 15 fours. Felix Organ at the top of the innings batted really well yesterday to give Hampshire some momentum to get them to this point. 71 he made batting at number 1. Useful contributions in the middle order. Nick Gummins with 23, Liam Dawson with 44. James Fuller made a quick fire 26 off 32 balls, and of course Kyle Abbott 57 not out. And for Northamptonshire, chief wicket takers, 3 for 68 from 23 overs from Ben Sanderson, 2 for 70 off 21 Jack White, 2 for 51 off 9 Luke Proctor, and a wicket apiece for Tom Taylor and for Josh Cobb, and for poor old Lizard Williams, just 2 runs short of conceding 100 runs, didn't take a wicket and bowled 20 overs. We'll take a quick break, and hopefully, if the weather holds, and I think it will, we'll be back with you in just under 10 minutes time to bring you the Northamptonshire reply.
It is 23 overs, 7 minutes, 3:58. Jack White, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 270. Lizard Williams, 20 overs, 4 maidens, no wickets for 98. Tom Taylor, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 42. Luke Proctor, 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 51. Rod Keel,
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl ahead of the start of the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire. Thank you to Simon Fathers, who's tweeted at Sunderland Sports, so much time lost in the game and they're taking tea at the Ageas, as if cricketers are not allowed to take tea. We haven't had much play though, it has to be said. Less than 28 overs so far in the day, but Hampshire did manage in that time to score 171. They declared at 400 for 9 off exactly 90 overs of their first innings, leaving Kyle Abbott 57 not out. Earlier there was 94 of just 84 deliveries from Nairin Donald. Hampshire quite keen to try and force a result, and both sides, and well, we're not expecting a full 2 and a bit days play because the weather forecast is still a bit iffy, but the sunshine is out and we have 40 overs left in the day. Your commentary team to take you through this evening session: myself, Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from Andrew Radd, BBC Northampton, but alongside me for this first period, former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story.
Hello.
Hello again.
We were treated to a bit of, to coin the phrase, or not to coin the phrase, Bazball, or as Andrew Radd said, a bassball. I thought it was a great one, he said. Really, a bassball. Make it Hampshire's own brand of Bazball. Mohammed, a bassball.
Oh, a bassball.
A bassball.
I'm with you.
It was an incredible input.
But he was about 1 not out.
Yeah, but it was a vital 1 not out, because if he hadn't have been 1 not out, then Kyle Abbott at the other end couldn't have blasted all this. It's like Jack Leach's 1 not out in that Headingley test with Ben Stokes. It's probably one of the most important 1 not outs after that one.
Yes, very true. I'm saying 1 not out because that's just off the top of my head. If I'm honest, I can't remember. It was 3 not out actually. So
then even better than Jack
yes,
Leach's 1 not out.
3 off 15, but did a great job, as Melissa says, keeping Kyle Abbott in the crease, stroking the ball around. Now here's Keith Barker to get the Northamptonshire reply underway. Forward is Emilio Gay, the left-hander. And he pushes that out square on the offside, and there's no run. 251 is the follow-on target for Northamptonshire at the very least.
And it's great for all Hampshire fans to see Keith Barker back in action with a red ball in hand. He's been fantastic for them across this county championship, and really that bowler you're expecting to make the breakthrough when it's most needed, and Hampshire will be looking for a few early wickets here.
So left armour to left-hander as Barker runs away from us. Gay forward. Nice and compact as he pushes that up to mid-off.
The only thing working in Northamptonshire's favour though is the weather, because the sun's back out again now and there's not much rain expected on the radar for at least the rest of today. So hopefully this evening session will be uninterrupted and just maybe negate the effects of the new ball. May not be as difficult for these Northamptonshire batters as it was for Felix Organ and, well, I was going to say Ian Holland, but he probably didn't stick around long enough to experience the full effect of that one.
He didn't. No, he has to rely on everybody else telling him. Barker bowls. Gay gets one that just straightens on him, hits him high on the pad. May just have missed the thigh pad as well. I think that may have hurt.
I think that's hit maybe his glove there as he's taken his hand off the handle. He's just rearranging his gloves now. He's stepped away from the wicket. And a bit of extra bounce there from Barker, just taking him by surprise. But it's not really unsurprising because we've seen a lot of inconsistent, uneven bounce on this pitch.
Yes, we have. Still looking fairly green as well as Barker comes in again. 4 slips and a short leg. Gay's on the back foot, turns that away behind square into the gap. There'll be runs as Felix Organ runs after that. Picks that up well inside the boundary. Gay off the mark. And at Northamptonshire have scrubbed 2 runs off that list at the very least. Gay so far this season this is his 11th game, 523 runs it will now be, averaging a fraction over 30. Steady as Barker bowls down the leg side. It wraps him on the pad and Nairin Donald diving to his right. May just have picked or stopped the ball a fraction with his fingertips, but it'll be 2 leg byes. Not a lot of swing there for Barker at the moment. 4 without loss.
No, but he's not really a bowler to generate that much swing, and that's why he's been so effective on some of these pitches which have had the sun soaking down on them and there hasn't been much cloud conditions. We saw the Hampshire bowlers take all their wickets at Canterbury, which has been a ground earlier this season which seemed impossible to take wickets on, yet they still took their 20 wickets there.
They certainly did. As Barker comes in, Gay flicks that away on the leg side. Nice runs here. Not sure that will go all the way. It's going to be a teaser. In fact, it will. It keeps rolling the ball and it goes over the rope. That's a little too leg stumpish for Mr. Barker's liking, and for maybe even our liking. First over completed, and Northants have got away to a little flyer already, 8 without loss.
They have, and it's usually Nick Gubbins there under the helmet, having to run all the way to the boundary with the helmet and the shin pads on. It's never an easy task, but Keith Barker, slightly loose over to begin with, but he is one of these bowlers who, if there isn't much happening in the air, then he can just make things happen off the pitch and through the line he bowls, because the Hampshire bowlers know that really to take wickets on this pitch, you do tend to bowl just that bit straighter, go in for those LBWs and those bowls and even those chop-ons, because of that slowness in the pitch sometimes, or the uneven bounce. We actually see so many inside edges onto the stumps. I wish I'd kept a tally across this year. And it's just something they can aim at doing here, although one player who will just keep bowling that channel outside the off stump and is most likely to find edges to the slips, you would say, is Mohammed Abbas. He has that gentle away movement. It'll be interesting to see if he generates any here as he comes in to bowl to Gay. Leaves that one alone. Apologies, Will Young on strike, who's left that one alone.
Northamptonshire captain, Kiwi. Played tests against England earlier in the summer.
Yes.
Captain now. Replacing Vasconcelos earlier in the summer.
It's so valuable sometimes to have those overseas come over, captain the team for a period of time, bringing in just that little bit of a different perspective, and of course that international test experience of his as Abbas bowls to him, and that's hitting him in front, called no ball by the umpire. So whether that one was going into the pads of Will Young, there wasn't much of an appeal from anyone, and the Abbas is just looking at the area where his foot has crept over the line.
Because I have to say, the first time when it hit him on the pad, I thought that's close.
But there wasn't much of a reaction from any of the players, although James Vince has still got his hands on his head at first slip, but that may just be James Vince having a stretch rather than the complete disbelief that that wasn't given. But even if it had been, it was a no ball, so the score 10 for none. And Young just waits on strike from this next delivery from Mohammed Abbas, who's bowling outside the off stump, and he watches that one through into the gloves of Donald. Again, some more away swing, gentle away swing. It's the unsuspecting swing of Abbas where you go, it's not that dramatic, it's not quite Jimmy Anderson, but it's enough just to lure you into playing that false shot, and he gets those faintest of edges through to the slip cordon where there's 4 eagerly awaiting catchers waiting for that perfect delivery. That ball with Will Young's name on it as Abbas in from the pavilion end, straighter, and that has been edged through the cordon along the ground, but it's another no ball, so regardless of if that one had carried to hand, wouldn't be a wicket, and it brings up 4 runs for Young, who gets off the mark. He's 4 off 4 now, and you don't often see Mohammed Abbas bowling these no balls, if I'm right in thinking.
I don't know what he's been doing when he's been back in Pakistan for a month, but clearly not practicing his run-up. I think he's been worried a bit about the floods. Actually, I spoke to him last night. He was walking across the pitch, and so I was walking the other way, and I just said, look, are you okay? Is everybody you know? He said it's really bad over there, really bad, but where he is, near Lahore, he said it's fine. It's fine.
That's good. And lots of charity appeals, of course, which are helping with the Pakistan floods online, as that one's through past the top of off stump of Young. Perhaps a bit close to leave that one. That one didn't move away from him, it just straightened in line, and would have been a disastrous leave if it had just straightened a bit more. 16 for none, the score.
You're never quite sure with Abbas, are you? You're right, it's not a Jimmy Anderson type stuff, but it's subtle changes, isn't it? A bit off the pitch,
he's the
in out,
the
bit
kind
away
of
in.
person, yeah, where if you're stood on the edge of a swimming pool, he'd say, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to push you, and then would probably push you. You can't trust where the ball's going to go, as that one moves away from Young, who has a thought, a contemplation about just going for that one, but lets it go through in the end. It's almost that recovery where, yes, I have played the shot, but if I put my bat in the air, it makes it look like I left it. But we all saw that, Will Young. We saw that. 16 for none. And this is a long over from Mohammed Abbas because of those 2 no balls. 2 deliveries left in it. And it's not been the start Hampshire were hoping for. 16 for none. Abbas running towards us. Bowls to Young, who's solid in defence on the back foot, pushes that into the covers and advances a few steps down the pitch, almost searching for those singles. And you get the sense that Northamptonshire here are going to be positive as well and play almost in a similar fashion to the way Nyron Donald, not quite Kyle Abbott, how he played. He threw caution to the wind, but even Felix Organ and Nyron Donald, the two main contributors in Hampshire's innings, just played on this pitch slightly differently to the rest of the lineup, found their feet and then played their shots with confidence. Abbas' final ball of the over, and defending a thick edge to point was Young. Completes that long, everlasting over from Abbas. 16 for none remains the score. And of course, the follow-on, you worked it out, was it 251? There we go. I do listen to you.
Yeah, every now and then.
Every now and again.
Yeah, 251, but a good start from Northants, helped with some extras here and there as well. Mentioned about Gay so far this season. Will Young playing his 7th championship match, past 450 runs with that edge down to third man. He's healthy average, Will Young, of nearly 45, which is very good as well. Here's Barker, comes in and bowls down the leg side. Good take by Donald. There is an appeal, but not convincing. Even Melissa had her hands up there.
I'm a trigger happy umpire. I've got my hands up for everything, but looking at that replay, he was not interested there at all with that ball, although he did watch it through into the keeper's gloves, which is always sometimes a telltale sign, but probably just seeing if it had gone away for 4. But there was a good take from Nyron Donald.
Hampshire haven't been quite as tight with the ball yet. Maybe a little bit of rustiness there, as you were saying earlier, as that's pushed up to mid-on by Gay. That's a better line from Barker. We do have, from this end, the 4th highest wicket taker so far in the championship with 43. At the far end, the 6th highest with 37 of mass. We're not even seeing the top Division 1 wicket taker in the attack yet. He's to come.
See, I would have
49.
considered, I know this partnership's been going across the success of Hampshire season so far, but Kyle Abbott has just blistered a half-century. I'll be throwing him the new ball, saying you feel like you can do anything today.
He's on a roll. Adrenaline flowing, keep it going as Barker comes into Gay. Gay forward, wants a single, but a little bit too tight. Fuller's quite close there at mid-off. But yeah, I suppose, well, maybe he's out of puff. Maybe he said, look lads, I need half hour.
Yeah, maybe his back hurts from carrying the team.
Yeah. All those big wafts might have pulled a muscle.
Yeah, very true.
Top score of the season, 57 not out of 45. Some good big blows. Very big one. There was an amazing one, wasn't there, where it was Gay, wasn't there, out deep mid-wicket. Didn't pick it up and just sort of bent down. That's a bit leg stumpish, but Gay pushes it back to the bowler anyway. Slight leading edge. Hey, big, huge heave away on the leg side, away to our right, and Gay at deep mid-wicket just sort of put his back on it and just bent down, and almost as if the ball was going to come down and hit him on the head. It cleared him comfortably. Short legs coming out as it gets a little darker here. A few more clouds, but I think, Mel, you said that there may not be any rain.
They said there was a 25% chance of drizzle in the next hour, but that's it.
Okay. There's Barker. Bowls. Gay drives. Oh, what a stop at mid-off from James Fuller. Wow. That was a stop and a half. Diving full length to his left, low down. I have to say, I was looking for the ball behind.
I did, and I mean, that's an exceptional piece of work, sprawling across the ground. And if you're following along on the live stream, available on the Hampshire Cricket website or on YouTube, you can see now a close-up action shot of James Fuller, because he deserves the spotlight for that save.
He certainly does. He was positive in his innings as well as Barker comes in. Gay on the back foot. This time they are going to take a single. Barker was going to pick it up and have a shy, but it was just on his right-hand side, and he's a left-arm thrower. So actually it was a well-judged single. Yeah, Fuller's 26 played his part as well today. End of the over, 17 without loss. Northants 383 runs behind.
That was a remarkable single, really the definition of tap and run, which you see in children's softball cricket. And maybe the Northamptonshire batters just noticing here that although they haven't bowled yet, it is a bit nippy out there, it's a bit windy, and some of these Hampshire bowlers and fielders have been sat in that changing room for a very long time, so there's going to be a few stiff shoulders, particularly as they haven't been playing this format, and a few cold hands. So if they can steal a few singles, which wouldn't normally be available, then it's just that more pressure, it's just that more kind of feeling on Hampshire of going, okay, we hoped maybe we'd get an early wicket, we hoped it would be a bit easy, but Northamptonshire are going, no, we're not going to make it easy for you whatsoever. And I'm sure they'll be seeing the way Hampshire played on this pitch and going, there's nothing stopping us from getting as big a score as you guys did.
That's true, actually. You look at the surface and you think, well, one side's got 400.
There's plenty of tail-enders in that mix as well, getting runs as Ageas bowls to the left-handed Gay and goes through to the keeper, but it's called another no ball by the umpire. There must be something in that crease line as Ageas just again asking the umpire where his foot was. Maybe he's just slipping along in the crease, he's rubbed his spikes on top of the line, maybe just to get a bit more grip, or maybe just a blur where the line has been painted just so the umpire can't see it. I've often thought that would be, when you see the bowlers scrape their spikes there, yeah, just blur the line. Then they won't call it a no ball next time. Ageas turns around sharply at the top of his mark and comes past the umpire, bowls a wider delivery, and Donald veers in front of first slip there to take that one. It was a bit of late movement, so it won't be called wide.
Trigoning on the tweets at Sonnet Sport says seems to be quite a few no balls in this game. Do you see any reasons for this? There was 8 in the Hampshire innings, and we've had, what, 3 from Ageas already? I don't know.
It's an interesting one. As Ageas comes into bowl to Emilio Gay, who lets that one go through to Donald behind the stumps, being patient here to these tempting lines and lengths from Mohamed Ageas. I mean, it's been quite a recurring trend even in the international setup with England. Have been the amount of wickets which have been taken recently on no balls. I mean, was this a thing in your day when you were playing, or was it just a sense of just happens? There's trends, and because I know it's quite easy as a spectator to just say, just move your mark back just an inch, then you won't bowl a no ball. But it's not so much that. As Ageas bowls a straighter one, which Gay works to Keith Barker at mid-wicket.
The highest profile no ball, of course, came in the final ball of the T20 finals, which Melissa called.
It was.
Well, you didn't call the no ball, you were commentating.
I wish if I'd spotted the no ball and called that, I'd have some very good eyesight. But unfortunately, most of the time I can't see the scoreboard, so it was a moment of drama which I will never forget. Which fortunately I did capture that moment. My eyes lit up in despair that the umpire's arm was outstretched. But modern technology misses nothing as Ageas bowls to Gay, who works that out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They should go away for 4. There's Keith Barker in pursuit, and he gives up accordingly because he's bowling at the other end, and why would he want to throw himself over the boundary rope when it would just save 1 run? So a glorious clip off the legs by Emilio Gay, who moves on to 11 off 17. Will Young at the other end, 4 off 8.
Mike Martin at Sonnet Sport on the tweets says, I've been telling everyone who will listen about Abbott, he's not the worst batter, he certainly isn't. He says he just hopes that he and Ageas are not too rusty after a month off. Have they played any cricket anywhere? Well, you have to say at the moment, with Ageas, it looks like he's had a month off.
As Ageas bowls, and this is solidly pushed to mid-off and fielded by Kyle Abbott, the man in question, for no run. I mean, what has Keith Barker been doing? He
played 3
of the Royal London, so he's been in action. Yeah. I remember seeing a picture of him in that royal blue kit, and Mohamed Ageas, obviously, as we were talking about, went back to Pakistan.
Yeah, Abbott's just been following the team around as a sort of a bowling coach while Graham Welsh was with the Southern Brave.
Doing a bit of commentary as well, Kyle Abbott.
Yeah.
Ageas bowls, and that one's edged and falls short of 4th slip. A controlled edge there from Gay. Just played the shot, and actually it was a late decision to leave the ball, where the ball just caught the toe of the bat and immediately dropped into the ground. First real signs though of the bowlers causing a bit of problems. You feel Mohamed Ageas, he's gone for 14 runs so far off this. There's 2 overs, 23 for none the score.
Yeah, as well as Northamptonshire have done, I think they have done well, but I think by Hampshire's very high bowling standards, and they were in the Championship when it sort of closed for its break for a month at the end of July, for me Hampshire have just been a little bit off it here in those 4 overs. Just a little, as I say, by their own high standards. need to tighten up a little bit more now because the conditions are right.
I think Keith Barker to Will Young here will be a key matchup to the right-handed batter.
And coming round the wicket as well. Bowls to Will Young. It's on the line of leg stump. Wraps him on the pad. They'll come through for a leg bye. But again, it's the wrong line.
But not if you're just going to let them get off the strike first up. And I think both bowlers would be wanting to be bowling to the other batter, really. And of course, these left-hand, right-hand combinations are always difficult to get around, constantly having to change the field. It's not so bad if you're in the slip cording because you don't have as far to go, but when you're deep on the boundary at fine leg, you often have a bit more running. But just something hasn't quite clicked for Hampshire so far in this session.
No. Feeling their way back into the championship, I think is the best way to describe it with the bowlers. At the moment, as Barker runs away from us again and bowls, slightly short of a length, Gay in behind that one. Quite determined defence from Emilio Gay in these opening exchanges. So 24 without loss, 24 without loss, yeah. Gay has 11 and Young has 4 as the floodlights come on again.
We can see a bit of blue sky in the distance behind the clouds, but they're doing a good job of obscuring the hope.
Yes. More cloud than blue sky, that is for sure, as Barker comes in again and bowls. Gay forward, that's better. Makes Gay play properly there, as if he hasn't played properly already, but you feel that's more of the sort of ball that Barker needs to be bowling as that goes out on the leg side. We're into day 2 here. We've had a lot of the game, I'm afraid, affected already by the weather. Hampshire innings, 90 overs spread over a day and a half, effectively, probably a bit more than a day and a half. Here's Barker. Comes in again. Bowls. Gay, that's better. That's swung away, shaped away from the left-hander, who did well actually. Came forward but just held the line. But that's the ball that Barker needs to keep bowling. That definitely shaped away from the left-hander. Probably the first real one we've seen.
Probably. It's just about building that pressure. Can you deliver 2 or 3 of those deliveries in each over and keep the Northamptonshire batters on their toes? Because for these first 4 overs, it just has felt like the Hampshire bowlers have allowed them to settle.
Here comes Barker again to Gay. Gay flicks that away. That doesn't shape at all, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket. Felix Organ's running after that one. They complete 2. They'll come back for 3. And Northamptonshire move on to 27 without loss. We'll have a change at the end of this over, or now if you want to, Mel.
I can hang around for 2 more balls. It's not a major inconvenience.
It's only 1 ball actually.
Oh, 1 ball, even better.
Yeah, so that's half the time. Yeah, bonus. Ralph Brooker has tweeted at Solent Sport, but he says he's enjoying commentary of Hampshire against Kent. Not quite sure he's got that one right, unless he's thinking of a game that we're not involved in. Here comes Barker again. Will Young's on the back foot there, steers it out on the leg side, no run, end of the over, 27 without loss.
Maybe he's watching a rerun of that semi-final last Tuesday in the Royal London Cup between Hampshire and Kent. That's my only thought before I depart.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but reading the rest of the tweet, I think something's wrong. Thanks, Mel. Not from Mel, of course. Hampshire have runs, but Mo not quite on it. No worries. Difficult to just rock up to red ball mentality after a white ball has dominated all cricket thinking. And Mo must have had other things on his mind. Well, you're right, of course. We mentioned earlier, of course, all the floods in Pakistan, which he's been back to. He did actually say, I think he said members of his immediate family that are dotted around have also not affected, but he said it is bad out there. But I think you're right, Ralph. Not easy just to come back after a month. Although Andrew Radd, who's been off for half an hour, he'll slip seamlessly back into commentary. Welcome back.
Thanks, Kevin, very much indeed. Afternoon, everybody. And lights are on here at the Ageas Bowl. 4 slips in place, and Mohammad Abbas round the wicket to Emilio Gay, who just pulls the bat out of trouble, goes through into the gloves of an Iron Donald. Quite cloudy now. We saw some lovely sunshine this afternoon, but a lot of cloud around. The lights are on. Of course, we did come off for the light last night with about 10 overs to go. So the umpires will have a reading. Don't think there's any immediate problem. It seems perfectly playable at the moment. Abbas round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who's coming across his stumps. Appeal for LBW. More interest from behind the stumps than from the bowler, I think it's fair to say. And not out, says the umpire. Leo Gay, I think he's one of those cricketers, and we mentioned him earlier in context, Kevin, of his slip catching, but he's one of those cricketers I think who's made real progress this year. For Northamptonshire has also signed a new 2-year contract, which I think has delighted all Northamptonshire supporters. Won Championship 100 this year. That was down at Canterbury against Kent. Here's Abbas in and bowls to him, and Gay leaves that outside the off stump, taken by an Iron Donald. In fact, he's now made 2 Championship 100s, both of them against Kent, both of them at Canterbury. So there was a certain amount of ribbing at the time that perhaps he'd like to play there every week. But 350s as well, the best of those, are certainly the one that sticks in my mind. He got a good one against Yorkshire, played very well, attacking first innings display of 70 against Warwickshire at Northampton, but the pick of them I think was against the Surrey Seamers down at the Oval. Here's Abbas, bowls again to Gay outside the off stump, and again he lets it go through to an Iron Donald when that fairly relentless barrage of Surrey Seamers gave him a good old-fashioned working over. Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson gave him the works, and he got hit 4 or 5 times but hung in there, made a very good 50, showed a lot of character I think. Here's Abbas round the wicket, bowls to Gay outside the off stump once again, and he lets that go through to an Iron Donald.
He's only 22 as well, so plenty of time to develop. Well,
he's another one off the Bedford School production line. There's a lot of very, very good cricketers have come through in recent years and are continuing to come through. A number of players that won that under-18s title that we were talking about for Northamptonshire at the weekend learnt their cricket at Bedford School. Tom Brett, of course, who has done some commentary with us this year, former Northamptonshire spinner, heavily involved down there. Abbas in round the wicket outside the off stump, once again left alone by Emilio Gay. End of the over, 27 for no wicket. Was a maiden for Abbas, who's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. But a solid enough start for Northamptonshire, who were 27 for no wicket. Yeah, Tom Brett heavily involved with Bedford School, also national counties for Bedfordshire. Former Northamptonshire spinner, and so he's done a bit of commentary with us this year as well, but I know he's very proud of what they're doing down there.
Yeah, I like the look of him actually at Newport. I hadn't seen him before. I can't remember how many runs he got there, but his technique looked good. Yeah,
well, he got a first List A 100 this year, which again is another little thing ticked off up at Blackpool, and he played really well with a sort of calmness that you haven't always associated with him in white ball cricket.
Barker around the wicket to the right-hander, Will Young outside the off stump. Young leaves alone.
Yeah, I was talking to him after that. He sort of came up to me when we were sort of saying, he said, I wasn't slogging, was I? I wasn't going after it. And I said, no. And it was this lovely calm feeling about his innings, and he and Ricardo Vasconcelos shared a big opening partnership at Blackpool, put on 198 in 28 overs. Gay went on to make 131 off 117 balls, and it still wasn't enough.
Barker to Young again, 3 slips wait as Young leaves that one alone outside off stump as well.
But you will know, because you've seen so many young batters starting their careers, and you just look for almost every innings showing something new and showing that they've learnt something, and that's what you feel watching. I feel anyway watching Emilio Gay this year. So those contrasting half centuries against Yorkshire, Surrey and Warwickshire, the 100 down at Kent, the List A 100, he's getting there. I think he's a fine player.
Playing his 25th first-class match today, as runs beaten outside the off stump there. That's a better line, tighter line, ball coming in and then just straightening off the pitch.
He's also got a terrific work ethic, works extremely hard, and the story, and Northamptonshire listeners forgive me because they will have heard it before, but that it is true, and I'd heard the rumour that he bought members of his family, when they have a net in the garden, the old dog ball, the sidearm throwers, so they could give him some practice in the winter, and I did check, and it was in fact true.
Fantastic. Barker's round the wicket to Young. Young's beaten again outside the off stump. Good line, good length now from Barker.
Yeah, I heard you talking about with Melissa about the issue of captaincy and Will Young taking over from Ricardo Vasconcelos. It is an interesting one, what Northamptonshire decide to do for next year with the championship captaincy. I think Will Young is an admirable cricketer in so many ways, and I think he's done a really good job taking on the role both in Red Ball and in the Royal London Cup as well.
Yeah. Barker to Young. Young gets an outside edge there, and it flies away along the ground down towards third man. Well right at the three slips there. But again, Barker's just starting to tighten things up a little bit more, asking a few more questions of the batters. Neither Abbas or Barker did that much in their opening couple of overs, but just signs that they are now just starting to loosen up a little bit. 31 without loss. Young moves on to 8. Ruth Allen said earlier that Ralph, she tweeted at Sunderson Sport, maybe Ralph was listening to the second 11 game. I'm not sure there's any commentary teams out and about in the second team games, but Ralph has come back on the tweets at Sunderson Sport, and he's beaten again outside the off stump. It's more like it from a Hampshire point of view. 31 without loss at the end of the over. Ralph does say apologies for that. He says, I did have a bit of a brain fade. It is hashtag Hampshire against Norse. He's put for Northants.
So the thing with Will Young is, I suppose, as is always the case with overseas players, you're looking at schedule and you're looking at what their commitments, international commitments, are likely to be, and having to make a judgment as to whether you want to get somebody in as captain, appoint a captain who's likely to be around for the next 2-3 seasons, which may not obviously be the case necessarily with someone playing international cricket at the moment, but all decisions to be taken. For now, Emilio Gay is on strike. Mohamed Abbas running in from the pavilion end. 4 slips in place, round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who's dropping it down almost at his feet on the offside. Took a couple of steps down the pitch as though he was interested in the potential of a single. I don't think there was ever one there. Ian Holland coming up from the slip cordon tidies up, and there's no run. Didn't see an awful lot of Ian Holland with a bat on this occasion. Did play a game or two for Northamptonshire on loan, didn't he, a few years ago? Became Northamptonshire's second American-born player.
Oh.
Here's Abbas in, down the leg side, good take, diving to his right by an Iron Donald. Emilio Gay getting everything out of harm's way to avoid the dreaded strangle down the leg side. Yes, a man called Burton Wilkinson, played for Northamptonshire, I think once in the 1930s, was born in Nebraska, but Ian Holland was the second. Haven't been very many, have there really? I don't think. Certainly county players who've been born in the States. Abbas round the wicket, bowls to Gay. It was on the front foot this time. Plays it back down the pitch. Abbas stops off his own bowling, and there's no run. I meant to mention it, and I do so now because otherwise I shall forget. It happens when you get to our time of life. We were having a discussion during the last game, and it was one I thought, because you obviously, both as a player and as a commentator, have been around the circuit many times, and we were talking about grounds that have distinctive smells, and smells that you immediately associate with grounds around the circuit. I'll leave the thought with you there for a moment as Abbas comes in, bowls to Gay, who's again very much on the front foot, using his height to get head over the ball. Plays it nicely defensively back down the pitch. Abbas fields, and there's no run. It started, we were talking about Wellingborough School, where Northamptonshire used to play county matches, and there's a factory, I think it's still there, but certainly when Northamptonshire were playing there, that makes some sort of fragrances, and it was like almost like a strawberry smell that I always associate with cricket at Wellingborough School. As Abbas is in past umpire Milnes, and that nips back and hits Emilio Gay, I think up on the thigh pad, just drops down in the crease. Emilio Gay, having obtained permission, picks the ball up. I think of a few coaches who would say leave it alone, but he does so, lobs it on to Ian Holland. And that was how the discussion started. Then we got on to Hastings, the old ground at Hastings, and at Scarborough to an extent as well, where you get the sort of the guest hotel boarding house dinner that you get at around about 5 o'clock, the smell of cabbage. Abbas in again, bowls to Gay, who's getting inside the line, looking to turn it away on the onside, runs off the pad, thinks about a leg bite, it's not there, sent back by Will Young. It's a maiden for Abbas, 2 in a row for him. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 14. Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 31 for no wicket. And so this is how it started, and we were trying to think of grounds and smells that you associate. So have a think about that one. Perhaps come back to it tomorrow. But
Gosh, yeah,
and needless to say, if anybody listening has got any thoughts, then please share them with us. But there's just that smell, that rather slightly sort of sickly strawberry smell, like a sort of strawberry yoghurt that I always associate with county cricket at Wellingborough School.
Barker's round the wicket to Young. Young's forward, thick outside edge, just behind square on the offside. The ball makes its way. They'll pick up a single. Young on to 9 now, 32 without loss. Northampton. I must admit, I've never. Some grounds make you feel different when you walk in. I think there's definitely that, but a smell, that's an interesting one.
Well, the other one that was mentioned when we opened this up before was because I think it was during the Derbyshire match in the Royal London Cup. We were saying about Burton, and obviously when Derbyshire played matches at Burton-on-Trent, a great brewing town, and whether you could smell the brewery there. I've never done a game there.
Barker over the wicket to Gay, who's well forward, pushes his head out towards mid-wicket.
So that was another possibility that was raised, but the lovely old ground at Hastings is no longer there, of course. But I do remember watching quite a bit of cricket there over the years, and around about 5 o'clock you just get the smell of sort of meat and 2 veg, as it were, floating over the ground. Rather nice.
I remember doing a game up in Scotland. I think it was Glasgow. In the days when Scotland used to play a bit of one-day cricket. Forward is Gay, pushes out on the offside. He's always looking for a single, but there isn't one there. And the tea cake factory was just down the road.
Right.
Tunnock's Tea
Tunnock's
Cakes.
Tea Cakes, yeah.
And they were sponsored, this particular club. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I can't say that there was a smell of tea cakes floating around the ground, but I just remember them being on the ground, and they said, "Oh yeah, the factory was just down the road." We had a couple. They were nice.
I was going to say they are nice. Yes.
Tunnock's Tea Cakes. Other tea cake makers available, of course. Can't think of any others off the top of my head, though, as Barker comes in and bowls. Gay on the back foot, steers that back with a point. He's called through for a single. Good one in the end. As Holland comes around from the gully area. And Gay moves on to 15, 33 without loss.
I would be lying, Kevin, if I said that there are not times watching Northamptonshire day in, day out where Emilio Gay's running doesn't give me the heebie-jeebies sometimes. But I think he's as with many other facets of his game, he's constantly improving, constantly looking to improve. But his running can be a little bit harum-scarum at times. But so far so good. 4 slips in place.
Barker in the game to Will Young. That's come back a bit, but it's still wide of off stump, left alone. Don't forget, Mel is still doing the ECB Instagram chat at We Got Game Official if you want to ask her some questions. She's had quite a few in, and we're making sure that even when she's off mic, she's still working and she's still doing some. I can see some questions. Well, I can't see them coming in, but I can tell Mel disappears for 15 seconds at a time answering some questions. So get some more in at We Got Game Official. Keep her busy. Here comes Barker, bowling to Will Young. Oh, he's been outside the off stump. That's good. That's the area for Barker. It's going to cause problems if he can keep it there. Has been doing for most of the season. He's just taken a little time to get it all back. 33 without loss. Good start from Northampton. Yep,
the last 3 overs, it's clicked for him, hasn't it? He really has been outstanding, and he's gone past the edge of Will Young's bat on countless occasions. I was just slightly unnerved when we were having our lunch today, when I felt we were being spied on by Mel, and I thought we were going to be captured for posterity, devouring in your case, sausage and mash, and in my case, the obligatory fish pie. But
which you're going to have again tomorrow?
I don't know.
Are you not?
I'll have a look at the menu, but it is very nice. And I'm rather partial to fish pie. 33 for no wicket. Back in the real world. Emilio Gay just doing a little bit of gardening. Still cloudy. Lights on. We still have 31 overs to go. I have to say, best will in the world, I'd be slightly surprised if we get all of those in, but we shall see. For now, Kyle Abbott into the attack for the first time. Starts off the delivery just outside off stump, which Gay pushes out into the covers, and there's no run. Kyle Abbott, of course, on 49 championship wickets, leading wicket taker in the county championship this season. 49 wickets at 20.28. That's a serious record, and obviously a very, very big part in Hampshire's championship challenge this season. Just 3 slips in, dropped 1 from the previous over, and that's full, driven by Gay, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Abbas whisked out of the attack. 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14 with 3 no balls. It's tidy figures on the surface, but he wasn't quite the Abbas that we've got used to. But as we said, or I've said already a few times, yeah, a month off might just take him a couple of spells.
They're not machines, are they? They're not machines.
Correct.
And it just takes a little bit of time to feel your way back into it. Here's Abbott round the wicket, down the leg side, and left alone by Emilio Gay. Good tumbling take by Anira Donald. Talked to Ben Sanderson, who's very interesting on the whole business of mindset, and I remember talking to him last year when he had that really extraordinary, by his standard, start to the season when he didn't manage to take more than 1 wicket in I think the first 5 games of the season, which was extraordinary. And then suddenly Sussex came to Northampton and he got 10 in the match, and he said it just clicked. Next ball forces Gay onto the defensive again. Kyle Abbott on the mark there, just runs down the pitch, and Emilio Gay almost following it to go and do a little bit of gardening. And he said it just suddenly, everything came together, but sometimes it takes a little while. Abbott at the end of his mark, apart from his 3 slips, a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg on the boundary. Abbott round the wicket to Gay, who's looking to drive, goes up to mid-on where Barker fields, and there's no run. Breeze seems to me to be getting up a little bit, which I'm not sure if that's a good sign or not. I must admit, where the weather is coming from, it looks a little bit blocked in now, which it hasn't done for a while, but hopefully it's nothing too desperate. We've actually done well, I think, to get as much cricket as we have today. I think if you believe the 1 or 2 of the forecasts we saw this morning, fairly apocalyptic, weren't they? Here's Abbott again, and his appeal for LBW as Gay comes across his stumps. Interest from Abbott and from the slip cordon, but not out, says umpire David Milnes. End of the over. Almost inevitably a maiden to start off with for Kyle Abbott, and Northamptonshire 33 for no wicket, with Emilio Gay on 15. Will Young is on 9.
Yeah, not too much movement there for Kyle Abbott in that opening over. But oh, there's the breeze.
It is blustery.
You've been talking about, Andrew, yeah. First bit of breeze we've had in this game. Yeah, so we had what, 62 overs, just over 62 overs yesterday. We've had, well, we're probably due for just over that today if we get all 30 in. So yeah, and it's felt, for me, it's felt a slightly worse day weather-wise.
Yeah, but fortunately, because of the way Hampshire batted, the game has made satisfactory progress.
Barker to Young bowls. Young's on the back foot, steers that out to point.
As you were discussing with Melissa earlier, Hampshire scored today at 6 and over, 171 in 28. It means that although we have lost a great chunk from each of the first 2 days of the match, then the game has actually made quite decent progress with 2 days to go. Unfortunately, as we know, the forecast for the next couple of days isn't that marvellous, but there's an awful lot to play for, awful lot to look forward to if we do get some decent weather.
Here's Barker again to Young. Young on the back foot's going to take a quick single. That's a good run again into the gap in the covers.
And the good thing is, I suppose, that although we're obviously talking about Hampshire in terms of challenging for the title, but Northamptonshire have got a huge amount to play for, and every point is also vital for them, and they'll want to try and get as many batting points as possible. If they could get out of here with a draw, no worse, then that's another 8 points, and it just edges them ever closer to that goal of making sure they stay in Division 1.
Yeah. very important. I think that's Ross Whiteley out there as a substitute fielder. I've just noticed at mid-off picking the ball up the previous delivery. It's down the leg side. What a stop from Aaron Donald. Full goalkeeper's save into the top corner. One-handed, outstretched. Brilliant stop.
How much is an Aaron Donald actually kept? I know you were talking about it yesterday.
Yes, well, I didn't know he had kept much, and I couldn't remember the last time, but we had one or two tweets that said he kept in the game against the Sri Lankan Development 11 earlier this season, which I think some counties played a 4-day game against. Apparently he did all 4 days there. He played in that warm-up game ahead of the Royal London One Day Cup against Dorset. Barker bowls, always had a little flick at that. Amelia Gay's not happy with that as it goes through to Donald, and apparently he'd done a couple of second team games this year as well. So yeah, not that often, but obviously often enough for Hampshire to be fairly confident in him behind the stumps. It then prompted one or two tweets to say, well, if Hampshire actually got a genuine reserve keeper with Ben Brown injured, and I must admit I don't really know, if I'm honest. One or two said maybe Ollie Robertson because he wants to leave Kent, but I think he's going to Durham. That's a good delivery. He's beaten outside outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yes, Kent have got that rather odd situation, haven't they, where they've got Sam Billings and Jordan Cox and Ollie Robinson. You know that Kent have a proud tradition of lots of top-class wicket keepers at the moment. They've just got a bit of a glut of them, haven't they?
They have, yeah.
It's like our tomato plants.
Yeah, Billings has signed a long-term contract or something, hasn't he? Which, I think he was. I think he was going to be sort of around Kent a bit more, as I understood it. Gay gets a leading edge, and it's almost carried to point. Trying to flick that away on the leg side. The ball straightened on him, and there was one or two shouts to catch it, but in the end, it fell well short of point. But Gay certainly not in control of that one. As he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. He moves on to 16:35 without loss.
Really good stuff from Keith Barker in the last few overs, isn't it? As you say, just took a couple to get the radar tuned, but the last 3 or 4 overs he's been outstanding and really given the Northamptonshire batters nothing to hit. Gone past the edge of Will Young's bat on a number of occasions. And now, with the sun trying to come through, it's going to be Kyle Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. Just have a quick squint at what's happening elsewhere around the country as well, because all the important matches in Division 1 outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay lets it go. They're off for rain down at Taunton in the West Country Derby, where Somerset are 146 for 4. Replying to Gloucestershire's 343 are out. They're due to restart fairly soon there, I think. In the Roses match at Old Trafford, Lancashire 276 all out, Yorkshire 107 for 3, so that's a good tussle. Kent are in strife against Essex in the Battle of the Bridge down at Canterbury. As Abbott is in, bowls to Gay, pushes forward, goes off a thick outside edge all along the ground into the gully. It's fielded by Nick Gubbins, and there's no run. Essex all out for 573 today, and Kent 43 for 3 in reply. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 335 for 5 in their second innings against Leicestershire, 443 runs ahead. They've had some rain down in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 61 for 1, replying to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. Abbott in bowls and on driven by Emilio Gay. He's found the gap way through mid-wicket. Chase for Keith Barker. I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. It's not. Barker reels it in about a yard inside the rope, but they're able to come through for 3. Takes Emilio Gay up to 19 and Northamptonshire to 38. For no wicket. And in the other match at Derby, Derbyshire 306 all out, Durham 149 for 4. So that's where we are in all the matches around the country. Melissa's back with me. Afternoon, Melissa.
Afternoon.
Fielded any more questions in the last 5 minutes?
I have. I've got a fantastic mix of incredibly serious ones and one's asking what I'd order in a well-known chicken brand restaurant.
Here's Abbott. Nips one back off the seam, hits Will Young high up on the thigh pad. It rolls down into the gully, and there's no run. So all human life is there then, really, isn't it? In these,
Really?
these questions. That's
I'm
good stuff.
I'm eagerly awaiting the question when I'm asked what the meaning of life is. And I'll be able to give a profound answer to that one.
Well, according to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's 42, isn't it? Yes. But,
it's a lot more simple answer than going into the depths of it all.
I think it probably is. Here's Kyle Abbott coming over the wicket to Will Young, pushes forward, goes down off a thickish inside edge, down towards fine leg. A little bit of work for Aniran Donald to do to trot down to his left to cut it off, but they're through for a single. Takes Will Young up to 11 and Northamptonshire to 39 for no wicket, replying to Hampshire's 400 for 9 declared. Yes, it's an interesting question to answer on the second day of a county championship match at the Ageas Bowl, or indeed anywhere else.
Especially when it's been raining. It's probably the best time to be thinking about what the meaning of life is, when you're lying on the floor in the Ageas Bowl, staring at the ceiling, wishing it would stop raining.
Here's Abbott in bowls to Emilio Gay, who's on just the back foot, playing it down into the gully Gubbins fields again, and there's no run. End of the over, 39 for no wicket. Gay is 19, Young is 11. Abbott's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. Well, it's something to think about while we're cogitating over the fish pie or whatever it is tomorrow. I'm sorry to go on about this fish pie, but it really is it's very, very good.
I'm intrigued what types of fish are in it.
Well, it's some sort of smoked fish, I think, which gives it, yes, a little bit of smoked haddock or something, which gives it a bit of distinctive flavour, and the cheesy crust is, I think, an integral part. And lots of nice vegetables again. I'll let you update BBC Radio Solent.
Well, in replies to Hampshire's 400 for 9 declared in their first innings, Northamptonshire 39 for none. The Hampshire bowlers started a bit rusty with 16 runs off the first 3 overs, largely a consequence of how little red ball cricket there's been, which has allowed the Northamptonshire openers just to settle. Both openers at the crease. Emilio Gay on 19 not out, Will Young, the New Zealander and captain, on 11 not out, but Hampshire, you sense, are just beginning to drag things back. So as things stand, the score 43 for none, Northamptonshire.
First ball of that over from Keith Barker is the first bad ball he's bowled for about 4 overs, I think. It was just a bit of a long half volley that Will Young drove away through the covers for 4. Takes him up to 15, 43 for no wicket. Barker in again, round the wicket, bowls to Young. Young forward, defensively playing it back down the pitch. Barker fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Going back to the fish pie chat
yes,
very
go on,
quickly,
sorry.
I do think the cheesy crust sounds fantastic, but for me, it's got to be a combination of a smoky white fish, a bit of salmon, and then some prawns.
Yeah.
Ultimate fish pie.
The other thing I think that you would say in your dream fish pie, it has to have hard-boiled eggs in it. Now, this one doesn't, but I can forgive it many things. Here's Barker in again, bowling to Will Young, who's pushing forward up to mid-off. And there's no run. Yeah,
my dad would always put hard-boiled eggs in our fish pie, but I wasn't the biggest fan. So
my wife's not.
No, there would always be 3 in the fish pie, and I had to kind of take a gamble on what quarter of it I was going to take, and pray that I wouldn't get the boiled egg quarter. It would ruin my day if I did.
Well, if you were thinking of asking Melissa Story about her dream fish pie as part of the Instagram story thing, then don't, because I think we've covered it now. Here's Barker in round the wicket again. It's a good leave from Will Young, and it not only shaped back in towards the right-handers off stump, it also bounced a little bit. And once again, as we saw in the Hampshire innings in the early stages with a new ball, the odd ball from this end, from this hotel, and just there's a little spot or something, but it just seems to go find a real bit of zip and bounce, and Barker hitting that spot then was well played by Will Young, who's on 15 of 27 balls, about a third of the strike, 2/3 of it to Gay so far, and Young pushing forward, goes out on the onside once again. Emilio Gay's taking a couple of steps down the pitch. There's not a single there, sent back by his captain. Yeah, Will Young missed the first game of the season after being signed for Northamptonshire because he was involved in the ODI series for the Black Caps against the Netherlands, in which he made his first ODI 100, and then, well, made a big impact on the side. 96 to help save the game against Yorkshire on debut in the second championship match of the season. Barker in again, bowls to him, and he leaves that alone with a most exaggerated leave outside the off stump. Goes through to an Aaron Donald, end of the over, 43 for no wicket, 19 to Gay, 15 to Will Young. Yes, he batted pretty much through the last day to make 96 in 6 hours. Was out just before the end, but the job had pretty much been done, and Lewis McManus then went in and finished the task of saving the match against Yorkshire. And from then on, I think he's sort of, people think, well, he's not just here for the paycheck, it matters to him. He's a very, very dedicated cricketer. He's a good man. A lot of time for him.
It's quite an extravagant leave, that final ball
was,
of
wasn't
the
it?
last.
Yes,
It's
it
become
was.
very popular, I think, in cricket after the Steve Smiths and Marnus Lavishanes of
Yes.
cricket, to emphasise your leave as much as possible. As Abbott's in, down the leg side, and there's a chance of a mix-up there all of a sudden as the ball went flying down past Aaron Donald's, well, it clipped his fingers, fell out of his gloves, and then at that point, batters are already set off for a quick single, although, well, Will Young had. I'm not sure Emilio Gay had any idea that his partner was running, but he called him through and they got home safely in the end. 44, apologies for none. Brings Will Young back on strike. Just the 3 slips in now for Hampshire, but still gusty out there. Be plenty of carry as Abbott bowls, and that's left alone by Will Young, hands outstretched high in the air again. Maybe it's just making a point to the bowler, saying, I promise I'm leaving this one. It's a bit Star Warsy almost, some of them, where you see players turn their back on the ball and then swoosh their bats round in their hands as if they're recreating some epic battle on a volcano.
I'll take your word for that one. No, I have no first-hand knowledge of this, having never seen the Star Wars film.
Never seen the Star Wars films?
No.
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Kyle Abbott bowls and defending. It's Young out towards cover. Ball trickling along to the fielder there. He looks. Nick Gubbins got his sleeves over his hands, not only to polish the ball there, but probably because it's a bit nippy out there. I can't believe I've seen the Star Wars films and you haven't.
No, never seen any of it.
You weren't tempted to go see them in the cinema when
No,
they came out?
no, I'm not a big science fiction man, to be honest. More, well, carry-on films, I suppose.
I've seen the carry-on
about my
films.
limit.
There we go. I used to watch them as a child. I'm not sure it was appropriate, but nonetheless did it. Abbott bowls to Young, who's defending from the crease, back past the bowler.
Not entirely sure some of them are appropriate if you're an adult, but there we go. No, usually my film taste is if it's British and in black and white, then I generally like it. That's a pretty good rule of thumb.
I've watched a few. My parents showed me Dam Busters.
Oh yes,
that was a very good
I've seen
movie.
that. Seen
I
that
like
any
that.
number. It's good. Yeah, splendid
Battle
film.
of Britain. As you can tell, my family are enthusiasts for war films. Kyle Abbott over the wicket, bowls to Will Young, straighter delivery again, defending confidently. Past Abbott, and a good contest here. I'm glad that Abbott has come in. He feels as if he's firing, he's come back from getting some runs, and again, maybe just evidence or illustrating. I would have liked to see him with the new ball.
I was just going to ask you that, because I think you mentioned it when you were on with Kevin, and I was interested to hear what you were saying. You would have given him the new cherry?
He's almost just a Stuart Broad-esque player, that when you get them and you see the knees pumping and they're all fired up, amazing things could happen. And since he's come on, I felt Hampshire have dragged things back as he's bowled a full one which has been edged past third slip, a controlled edge from Young, and may just be pulled in. It looks like it has been in the end. Fielder down there just pushing the boundary rope back a bit, and James Fuller doing the work in the end means they get through for 3 runs for the end of that Kyle Abbott over. 47 for none, Northamptonshire. Yeah, I definitely would have maybe given him the ball and Keith Barker, because I also think Keith Barker has bowled better since Kyle Abbott has come on. He's bowled those tighter lines, and maybe sometimes it takes your partner at the other end just to be as controlled as you to motivate you, to spur you. But when Mohamed Abbas came on, he bowled those 3 no balls and was a bit all over the place, didn't quite get his line correct yet. He's coming on to bowl now, But I think it may have been a more effective opening combination for Hampshire, because if Abbott takes a few wickets, he takes plenty. He's not just a bowler who tends to pick up 1 or 2. He goes all out and he'll pick you up 6 or 7 if it's his day.
Well, it's always easy to overlook, and I know that Northamptonshire bowling coach Chris Liddle is always going on about this, that people talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are equally important, and feeling comfortable and feeling motivated, as you say, by what's happening at the other end. And it's an interesting one. So I would have, from the outside, would have expected probably Abbott to take the new ball. Anyway, it's Abbas into the attack now for the first time from this hotel end. First ball is on the leg stump of Will Young, and he is very strong through mid-wicket, and he works that away past the fielder at mid-wicket, and it runs away for 4. Brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire in the 15th over. So I must admit, you were saying about the start, and I think was it 16 off the first 2 overs. I thought Northamptonshire were going for first innings lead tonight. You've only got 40 overs to go, chaps. But anyway,
I mean, it's been impressive from them. They've not necessarily taken many risks. They've just made and taken advantage of Hampshire's loose bowling, and really have capitalised to get to this point without losing a wicket.
Yep, solid start. 51 for none. Outside the off stump goes Abbas, left alone by Will Young, who, as we know, has, well, when he's in the mood, well nigh limitless patience. Made a big 100 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston this year, albeit on a very, very flat track there. Big opening partnership with Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Someone's got to get them.
Well, somebody's, well,
a couple of people have.
Well, no, absolutely.
Maybe 3, maybe 4 people have got to get them.
I think he thoroughly enjoyed it. Made 134 on that occasion. Here's Abbasim bowling to Young, pushing forward out into the covers, and there's no run there. They put on 287 for the first wicket. It is interesting because Northamptonshire have obviously had, for much of the season, effectively 3 openers at the top of the order with Gay, Young and Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos has tended to open, lost his place in the side against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham because they wanted to just change the balance of the team a little bit when James Sales came in. But Vasconcelos, now he's keeping, is likely, I think, to bat probably down at 5 or 6. Here's Abbas in, bowling to Young, who plays it away for a quick single on the onside, shy at the stumps, underarm at the striker's end. I think he would just about have been home, but it might have been tight.
I think it was an unnecessary risk
Yeah,
when they just reached that 50 partnership.
It was a very tight single.
Maybe he thought he'd got it a bit to the side of the field and more, but it was athletic there. I think maybe James Fuller again.
It was a good bit of fielding. As I say, I think he was just about home. I think they might have had a little look if such things had been available, such tools had been available to the umpire. Had it hit the stumps, it didn't in the end. But as you say, it was perhaps an unnecessarily tight single. 52 for no wicket brings Gay back onto strike. He's on 19. Round the wicket goes Abbas. Appeal for LBW as Gay offers no stroke. Now they're going through for a single because they'll realise then that as he hasn't played a stroke, it's going to be disallowed, and indeed it is. What on earth were they doing there? Because Emilio Gay clearly offered no stroke. It bounced off the pad, eluded second slip, ran down towards third man. What they were thinking about there, I don't quite know. Anyway, no damage done in the end.
Momentary brain fade.
Yes, one of those. We all
just trying to test themselves and
yes.
saying, you know, we're so athletic, we're so young, we're so fit, we may as well just run the 2 just to remind you guys.
It's like forgetting which hotel room you're in and that sort of thing. Here's Abbas round the wicket again, bowls to Gay, just playing slightly across his front pad, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. End of the over. 52 for no wicket. Gay is 19. Young is 23. I find at this time of the season when, and as you say, we're hugely privileged and we're delighted to be travelling around the circuit. It's a great pleasure to do it. But just this time of the season when you realise you're in your 14th or 15th hotel of the year and you can't remember what number your hotel room is, that's a sign of something. I'm not quite sure what.
I have had the same problem, and actually when we do the commentary, or did the commentary here at the Ageas Bowl for the 100, we were the TMS team were in a hotel room just commentating off a balcony, but unfortunately one of our team got the rooms mixed up and was hammering on the door going, let me in, which I'll go into more detail after Abbott bowls his delivery to Young, and he's pushing in front, gets an inside edge or a leading tickle down to backwards square leg. They get through for a single, 53 for none. So they were banging on the door saying, guys, why aren't you letting me in? And a very disgruntled hotel guest came out in a robe going, what are you doing banging on my door? And now you couldn't blame them, because the previous week we had been in that hotel room because the pitch had moved over slightly, so had our commentary position. It's always a danger. You don't want to disrupt a hotel guest.
I think the other side, when you get to the end of the season, I find is when you start arguing with the sat-nav.
I think I argue with the sat-nav in April. I have a very low patience for the sat-nav, despite me being completely lost about it. Abbott coming around the wicket to Gay, who's guiding that through third slip and gully. Got on top of the bounce, that delivery. It was a well-intentioned shot. Picks up a single for it and score 55 for none.
Yes, height stood him in good stead there, doesn't he? Because he's about 6'3", 6'4", Emilio Gay, and he just managed, as you say, to get on top of the bounce. I think if that had been to Ricardo Vasconcelos, for example, it might have been a rather more difficult ball to play. But
he guided it nicely. I was always in control of that shot. Change in field as the right-handed Young back on strike. Still those 3 slips in play as Abbott charges into bowl, and shielding arms that time as Gay, hands high above his head. Good dot ball from Abbott. Is there a particular thing you get annoyed at the sat-nav about?
It's usually coming out of my immediate area in Northamptonshire when I think I know better what's the best way to get onto a particular
I'm sure you do
main
know
road. Well, I probably do, but they've usually got some sort of reason for sending you in that way. But when I say no, I'm not going to go that way. Fool.
Abbott bowls over the wicket, away movement again from Will Young.
The other one is when you decide to perhaps come off the main road to a service station or something to get a yes, it does, and it says proceed to the route, and they keep saying proceed to the route. And
it's, I mean, there's the two camps of sat nav, because there's some which are just that have the maps in their data, don't they, and they don't quite update, or if you use the ones on your phone, they give you the live traffic alerts,
yes,
new road layouts and everything, which is fantastic. But using the other ones before, I've come up to a piece of road where it didn't even know there was a roundabout in front of me, and I was going, what direction do you want me to go in? Abbott bowls a straighter delivery, solid in defence. Gay pushes that past the non-striking batter, and another dot ball.
But you do have to stop and think. It's basically like talking to a dog. It's not going to take any notice of you, or
it's more dangerous than talking to a dog.
Or even arguing with your car or something, because it's an inanimate object. It's not actually going to respond.
Well, see, I'm more apprehensive about yelling at sat navs or phones or stuff like Alexas, because if there is a robot revolution, I don't want them to be against me. I want them to bring me into their side. So I always say my pleases and thank yous when I ask them questions to those automated AIs. Defending again is Will Young, and Kyle Abbott watches that one trickle past him, sighs a deep sigh of relief, and trudges back to collect his umpire. Collect his jumper from the umpire. He's not collecting his umpire, unless of course they're going out for a nice meal after the game, in which he might collect the umpire. But in 24 overs time, 54 for none.
I think you're fine. I think you're answering all those questions today on Instagram has stood you in very good stead with.
I'm definitely on their side when the robots finally rebel. I'll be in good company.
I'm not sure about Kevin and I. I think we might be slightly too old school for that.
I'll get you onto the good.
Yeah,
I'll try and
put us
work some magic and say, I promise you, they've never yelled at a sat nav ever.
Put us onto the nice list rather than the naughty list. Here's Mohammad Abbas starting his 6th over, bowling round the wicket from this hotel end. First ball is dropped down into the offside by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. We still have, assuming we get through with the light and the rain, we still have 24 overs to go, or 23 after this one to go in the day's play, which is a good hour and a half. So that would take us up to around about 6:30, but it is, as I say, it's blowing up a little bit. I just fear there may be some more rain around, but fingers crossed, we're okay at the moment. Here's Abbas round the wicket, bowls short and wide, and that wasn't a great piece of cricket really. It was probably the worst ball that Mohammad Abbas has bowled, and Emilio Gay tried to cut it away. Just finishes up reaching for it, misses it, and it's taken almost on the half volley by an Iron Donald. Abbas back at the end of his mark next to a small pile of sawdust. Runs in round umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, bowls just back of a length to Emilio Gay, who's again getting on top of the bounds, pushing it down on the offside. Fielded at backward point and there's no run, stays at 54 for no wicket. Batters to come for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor, Northamptonshire's leading run scorer in the championship this year. Rob Keogh, Ricardo Vasconcelos, Josh Cobb in whichever order, James Sales, Tom Taylor, Ben Sanderson, Lizard Williams and Jack White. Here's Ageas round the wicket, bowls to Gay, pushing forward solidly out into the offside. Fielded at extra cover and there's no run.
It'll be interesting with the situation with the light, whether at some point we see the umpires requesting Hampshire to take off their quicks. We may just see a bit of Liam Dawson or Felix Organ before the end of play.
Yeah, it's a funny one, because the sun is almost visible. It's rather sort of milky sunshine, but it's a little bit murky around us. As Ageas comes in, bowls pushed forward by Gay out into the offside, again takes the obligatory step down the pitch thinking about a single, but it's not there. I just wonder, they obviously, as we were saying earlier with Kevin, they would have taken a reading last night. I don't know, I think it's maybe being unnecessarily pessimistic, but I don't think it's going to need to get an awful lot darker before they at least start to maybe have a chat, despite the fact that the lights are on, of course. Here's Ageas round the wicket again, bowls to Gay outside the off stump, doesn't need to play it, doesn't, goes through to Donald, and that's the end of a maiden over from Mohamed Ageas. 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 19, and at the end of the over Northamptonshire are 54 for no wicket, with Emilio Gay on 20. Will Young is 24.
There's more drama has been added to this story of, is Hampshire playing Kent or is Hampshire playing Northamptonshire? Because Ralph Brooker has got back in touch on Twitter at Solent Sport and said, is it just me? It now says that Northamptonshire is playing Kent.
Who says this?
The BBC live text and updates page.
Oh, okay.
So Hampshire was playing Kent, but now you guys are playing Kent. So it's a lovely tri-series going on here in the middle. As Abbott bowls to Young, who's working that off his legs. Another quick single taken. Score moves on to 55 for none. But apparently you guys are doing wonderfully, because you've got 573 in your first innings, and now you've got Kent down to 40 for 3. So congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you very much. No,
brilliant bowling.
We'll certainly take that.
Making used to the conditions.
But the only slight flaw with that is that Northamptonshire have already played Kent twice in the championship this year, and have played them in the Royal London Cup as well. We've seen quite a lot of each other this year. So
how did they do in the county championship?
Northamptonshire, it was a draw at Northampton early on, and Northamptonshire won at Canterbury.
So a good record, and a win at Canterbury is rather impressive.
9 minutes to spare. It was a good finish.
Abbott coming around the wicket to Gay, who's pushing that down the ground defensively, and a good rolling tumble there from fielder at mid-on. Restricts that down to a dot ball. Of course, if you want to get in touch, then do feel free to on Twitter at Solent Sport or at Melissa G Story, and on the emails solentcricket@gmail.com. If there's any thoughts you want to discuss, what's your ideal fish pie? Tell us if you're pro boiled egg. If you're not,
do you shout at the sat nav?
All these relatable queries available to be answered. A shorter ball from Abberton has got a hold of that one. Has Gay, he spun round like a spinning top and dismissed that ball away to the fine leg boundary. And actually there was a fine leg down there who didn't move an inch, whether they didn't pick it up or had no idea where the ball had gone. It was coming at such a speed.
He wasn't in control of that, was he? And
No.
it proves again just this, because he uses it so sparingly, Kyle Abbott, just using the short ball there, and it wasn't a million miles away from getting the desired effect. It wasn't too far away from fine leg, even though, as you said, not entirely sure that Mohamed Ageas actually picked it up. I shall need to go and update BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two, so I shall make way for Kevin James in a sec. Here's Abbott round the wicket again, bowls to Gay plays it up to Barker at mid-on, and there's no run, stays at 59 for no wicket. Gay 24 off 65, Young 25 off 44, so as we were saying earlier, Emilio Gay has taken the lion's share of the strike in this partnership so far. I shall just get out of your way and let Melissa come back in with Kevin.
Well, a good start from Northamptonshire, that's for sure. As Abbott comes in, Gay turns that straight delivery on the leg side behind square for a single. He's run the first one quickly, he'll come back for 2. And Northampton move on to 61 without loss now. And I don't know, I just get the feeling, Mel, that Hampshire's opening few overs, it's kind of, I don't know, giving Northampton a bit of confidence, really.
It did. I mean, looking at the figures of Mohammed Abbas, and he conceded, I think, 16 runs or something from his first 2 overs, and now he's only gone for around 19 in total. So they have managed to drag things back, but it feels a little too late. Yeah,
feels a bit flat from Hampshire at the moment, but well played to the 2 openers. That's a nice pull shot there from Gay. He was in full control of that. Organ dives and can't quite cut it off, running from forward of square leg all the way over to mid-wicket. And Gay got nicely over the top of that one. Moves on to 30 and it's 65 without loss.
Not quite the bounce Kyle Abbott was hoping for from that delivery. It was more sitting up saying, hit me, and he did certainly. And it was a good shot in the end. Now, we were just speaking about our distaste of sat-navs and how easy it is to get annoyed. We've got a tweet in from Phil Webb saying, never trust a sat-nav. It's always a good start. Ford in a Ford. Classic tale from 2011, driving to an away fixture. We went in and we never came out. The RAC turned up the wrong side. They couldn't get them out. Just for context, they are literally a Ford in a Ford. Couldn't get us out, and they were ultimately rescued by passing Cray fishermen. There's Ageas Bowls to Will Young, who's defending back to him, and actually the ball drops dead down by his feet. That's how late that shot was from Will Young. And he's also added extra context, saying the water reached the top of the gear stick. Fortunately, windows were down. The co-pilot exiting the car, ironically, was the head of geography, but we did make it to the game. But it was eventually rained off. And there is a picture attached of the Ford in the Ford.
Wow. And the sat-nav took them through that?
Took them through the Ford.
But is it a sat-nav's job to point out a Ford?
I feel like it probably is. In some respects, as Ageas Bowls on the legs of Young, who's working that pass, Keith Barker at mid-on, and he'll come back for 2 runs. Much ease again. The wind trying to blow us out of our commentary position, as you can probably hear. 65 for none. I mean, I think, obviously as a human, you should recognise if you're driving towards a body of water. But then I feel as if your sat-nav should also show that body of water. But then Fords sometimes are water-filled and sometimes they're not, aren't they? Because you can drive through them sometimes. It's maybe been a particularly few. If their game was rained off, then clearly it was quite a rainy period of time. Maybe I'm Team Sat-nav on this one. Ageas Bowls, back of a length, defended into the onside, just in front of square by Will Young. He's on 27, not out, and Gay at the other end, 30, not out.
Difficult for a sat-nav to predict the water height of a Ford.
Yeah, they're not that intelligent, forgive me sat-navs, but...
Because there's one in the New Forest that I know of near Brockenhurst.
Oh yes, I've been there.
Yep, and that can be a trickle or it can be a bit more than that.
Gotta stay alert to the Ford. Ageas over the wicket, bowling in a beautiful delivery past the outside edge of Will Young's bat, and there hasn't been enough of those deliveries this evening from Hampshire in this session. 65 for none the score, and you could probably count on your fingers how many have gone past the outside edge or have created a chance, but beyond that, Northamptonshire have looked in control.
They have. I have to say, personally, I would have expected a little bit more to have happened, and maybe not quite as much, but those early overs, I don't think Hampshire got quite enough in the right areas anyway.
I'm reiterating what we said before the start of this innings, that Northamptonshire will be looking at this and saying, well, you guys have just scored 400 on this, so what's going to stop us from doing the same, especially when your number 10's hitting it to all parts, as Ageas Bowls are full of delivery, defending on the front foot as Young pushes that one into the covers.
Like this tweet from Dave Allen, Hampshire's archivist, a rival to Andrew Radd. And Dave Allen says, This is now the highest opening partnership against Hampshire all season, beating 63. That was the game against Warwickshire, but there's been 6 half-century partnerships in total. So this is the highest opening partnership. Can you believe that at this stage?
I mean, I can, because I think we've been a bit spoilt in the first stage of this county championship with how our bowlers have performed. As Abbas trots into the crease and bowls a straighter delivery, pushed back to him, and he flicks it away to the fielder at mid-wicket and goes to collect his jumper and hat from the umpire. But there's going to be tougher games, and Hampshire haven't bowled in a way which has deserved any wickets, I would say, so far this innings, whilst the Northamptonshire batters have batted with a lot of patience, and they've been waiting for that bad ball because they know it's coming. And actually, yes, we've got so used to seeing wickets fall and crumble in the first few overs of the innings, but when things get tough, you need to find a solution, and we've been so dependent and reliant on Abbas and Abbott and Barker that suddenly when they don't get a wicket, I just wonder when we're going to see the introduction of a 4th bowler, just to try and make something change.
Yeah. A bit of Ian Holland maybe with his medium pace. It's a little bit quicker as Abbott starts a new over, and Gay turns that down to Abbas at fine leg. 68 without loss. What a time for the highest opening partnership against Hampshire all season to happen, just when Hampshire probably would have expected, I don't know, Northampton to be 3 or 4 down, I guess, by now, but it isn't happening. And you have to say that these two have been very good with their judgment, very good with their stroke selection, whether defending, leaving it alone, or playing a little bit more positively. I think they've both played exceptionally well so far. In the 20th over, as Abbott bowls, forward is Will Young, pushes that out into the covers. Got a couple of emails as well, Mel. I don't know if you've read them out while I've been off.
No, I don't think so. Go for it.
Well, Andrew was saying, I don't know if you heard it in the background, because I know you've been doing a lot of your Instagram question answering on behalf of the ECB.
It's called
which
social influencing now.
Is it social influencing? Right, so that's what Mel's been doing. In fact, you can still contact her at WeGotGameOfficial on Instagram.
Yeah.
She's still answering questions on behalf of the ECB. So get those in. But I don't know if you heard this, because while you were off commentary, as he's wrapped on the pad, that looks close, he's gone. He's got one to nip back. First wicket down, 68 for 1. Will Young goes for 27. And that looked a very, very good delivery. And I don't think there was too much Will Young could have done about it.
No, he was trapped on the back pad, playing a shot in defence, and it was just jagged inwards movement from Abbott there. Not much you could do. He was looking in good form, 27 off 52 balls, but one of those ones as a batter where you just got to put your bat under your arm and walk off slowly, saying there's nothing I could have done.
As you walk past the bowler, say very well bowled. Not. 50th wicket of the season for Kyle Abbott. Stays ahead of the game in terms of Division 1 wicket takers. But nevertheless, a good start from Northants. I think they'll, in that dressing room there, they'll be thinking, do you know what, that's not too bad. We'll take it thus far. But Kyle Abbott, who actually has started to get better, hasn't he? As the championship season was going on, he was getting better and better. It was actually a shame in a way that there was that month break. So yes, so Andrew was saying about smells when you get to a cricket ground, that he thinks there is a situation that people say, do you know what, I know what ground this is by its smell.
Well, I had that problem last September when I showed up to Canterbury for the England Women versus New Zealand ODI.
Yes.
And they were muck spreading that day. So I can safely say I'll never forget the smell of Canterbury.
Well, that's interesting, but I'm not sure that's a typical Canterbury smell.
No. So go on, give me an example. Has this email got an example of a smell?
I think, I can't remember what Andrew said. I can't remember the example that Andrew gave to start it off. Which one? Wellingborough School, because it smelt strawberry smell. Oh, there's some fragrance. There's a fragrance factory near there or something. So apparently there's a ground for you to get to at some point. Apparently it all smells very nice.
Yeah, it's got to make sure it's a good smell you associate it with.
Correct. Well, Steve Rogers emailed a little earlier on this subject.
The Captain America.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Is it? It must be the same one. Silentcricket@gmail.com. He said Derbyshire did play at the Indcoop ground in Burton-on-Trent. No idea whether it was near a brewery or not, or whether the brewing could be smelt. But an Indcoop ground. Right. Is Indcoop still going? Not sure. Nobody knows. We don't drink it. Well, I say nobody here does, but that's not strictly true. As Luke Proctor is the number 3, and he turns that around on the leg side. He's off the mark immediately, the left-hander. He's been having a good season, as Luke Proctor. Anyway, so yeah, smells. I don't know if there's any ground you've played on which you've turned up and thought, this smells different.
No, I mustn't say there's a particular smell, unless there's been food vans nearby. I must say the smell of the Ageas Bowl at the 100 was the smell of that delightful Greek kebab place, which was down to our left. It got very smoky down there, but it would always waft up into the commentary box, and you'd just be drooling, just wanting one of their gyros.
Always wrapped on the pad there a little bit, maybe an inside edge onto the pad as Gay pushes forward. Just going back to Luke Proctor very quickly, just over 800 runs, scoring or averaging 81. What a season that is, yeah. Don Starr emailed a little earlier because we were talking about USA cricketers, because obviously there is
Ian
Holland, and apparently Andrew earlier, my memory's hopeless, saying that somebody wasn't the first USA player to play for Northants. There was one a while, so there's been 2 for Northants. Don Starr talking about USA players as Gay pushes forward. It goes out on the leg side. End of the over. 69 for 1. Abbott has 1 for 22 now from 6 overs. Don says only just joined the stream for the first time in the game, but heard the discussion about US-born cricketers. Did some work on this earlier this summer, and I attach it. It's a longish read, says Don, and there is actually quite a few players. Apparently, it looks like there's a couple of Hampshire ones here. James Henry Hargreaves, New York, played for Hampshire many moons ago by looking at this, and another one, Thomas Vernon Hollingworth. There we go. So that just sort of adds to that discussion as well.
Well, speaking of American cricketers, of course, Tara Norris for the Southern Vipers. She was born in America, and she's gone and played for them as well, and it leads us nicely, talking about the Southern Vipers, of the very important news which was released today, as Abbas comes around the wicket to Gay, who works that down to fine leg and picks up just a single. That the England women's side has been announced for their series against India coming up, and there's a few Southern Vipers names involved in that. Maya Bouchier and Freya Kemp, who we've been used to seeing over these last few series, but the newest call-up, especially for the IT20s, is Lauren Bell, another Southern Vipers bowler, may be making her Southern Vipers debut. And we've got a tweet in here from David Shervington, which I'll read after this delivery from Abbas, which is defended casually in the end by Gay. Apologies, it was Proctor who got the run down to fine leg the previous delivery, and he said, at Melissa G Story, enjoying commentary with a close eye on the result as a Surrey follower. Apologies. We'll allow it. We'll allow it. Have you talked about Lauren Bell's T20 international call-up yet? What are your thoughts? Will she play? And your choice of bowlers given the depth of choice? Interestingly enough, we were speaking about this during the rain play and having a look at this squad for England versus India. As Abbas in again around the wicket, and Peel for a bit of glove there as it went down the leg side, and Aaron Donald has taken another good take down the leg side, but nothing from the rest of the fielders or the umpires. And well, we were talking through the squad and suggest there's a very established top 6 or 7 in terms of batting, but plenty of bowling options. They've got Lauren Bell, Freya Davies, Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Freya Kemp, Izzy Wong, exciting quick. So if you're a follower of women's cricket, it's a very exciting period going forward, and a very exciting series coming up, as that's back of a length by Abbas. Quite a slow delivery. Maybe he's just getting a bit stiff into this colder session of play, but it's still a dot ball as it's punched a point.
So who's your starting seamers then for the first one? The first one is?
First one, I believe, is this Saturday in Durham.
Right, which of course
I'm making the drive up for.
You're covering for
fine,
TMS?
I'm smiling through the tears of the 5.5 hour drive.
So who's your England starting 11 for that then? Go on, as you think at this moment.
Here we go, okay. After this ball from Abbas, which is turned to square leg, or in front of square leg by Gay for no run. Well, they haven't really put it in a chronological order, so I'll count on my fingers. So in terms of openers, I mean, you've got Sophia Dunkley and Danny Wyatt at the top of the order. And at number 3, Alice Capsey, superstar in the 100 and the Rachel A. Flint competition. number 4, Nat Siver, who blistered 3 sixes in a row at this ground just last Friday, almost to get her team into the 100 finals. Ageas Bowl, a straighter one, and takes his hand off the bat there, does Gay, as he drops that into the onside for no run. Just the 1 run from that over, 70 for 1. So I've got up to 4. Probably, oh, this is tough. It's hard being a selector. Amy Jones at 5. Then number 6. I'm baffled now, I'm a bit stuck.
Kemp?
There's a Kemp. Maybe you've got Kemp, I think, would be included in it. I think Izzy Wong would be a hard player to leave out. So would Sophie Eccleston. So we're going less order now. Then you've got 3 more spots available. Maya Bouchier, I presume, will be included in that middle order. She normally comes in around 6. And then it's really a matchup of Kate Cross, who expect to be in that team as well. So it's really 1 spot being competed for between 4 different bowlers.
Abbott bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, and Proctor leaves alone.
So it's Lauren Bell, Freya Davies, Sarah Glenn and Bryony Smith probably all competing for that final
So
spot.
I'd have Bryony Smith in the side any day for me. She's quite strong, hits the ball hard, doesn't she?
She's got that off-spin option as well,
Yeah.
which we've seen quite a few games of her playing over these last few years, and yeah, hasn't perhaps been given the biggest chance yet, but she's up against Alice Capsey for that batting or spinning role, and it's quite a tough competition when you're coming up against one of the superstars of the last year who's been hyped up across all the media outlets.
Quite an open stance, Luke Proctor. That's outside the off stump. He just holds the line as the ball goes through to Donald.
But I will get up and just find the dates of that England-India series, because of course we saw some fantastic crowds for the Commonwealth Games, which was just women's games being played, and some fantastic record-breaking crowds for the women's double headers. So if you do find a few fixtures which are close by to you, then do go along, because they're usually reasonable prices. It's going to be a good competition between 2 evenly matched sides.
How many games in the series?
It's going to be 6 games.
And you're covering for TMS personally as Abbott bowls. That's straight. Proctor works it on the onside. You're covering how many of them?
4.
4 out of the 6. Right, okay. Starting this Saturday, don't. That's a bit of a trek for you.
I've never driven more than, I think, 3.5 hours in the car before.
Have you not?
So it's going to be an interesting one.
Well, you'll get just over halfway then.
I'll get stranded somewhere around maybe Leeds. Well, not even that far, maybe more. How far is it to Northamptonshire? Maybe I could get a nice pit
From
stop
here, yeah,
there.
but you're not coming from here, are you?
No,
That's the
I'm
thing.
from
From
Bristol.
here, Northamptonshire would be, well, I think Andrew did it in 2 1/4. He told me there's a nice flick through mid wicket, and that'll be 4 runs, slightly over pitch there from Kyle Abbott, and Proctor moves on to 6. 74 for 1 Northamptonshire, currently 326 behind on the first innings. So yeah, 2 1/4 to Northamptonshire, but you won't actually be going up through Northamptonshire. That won't be quite. I don't think that's quite the right way. But anyway, it'll be a good 5.5 hours for you, I would have thought.
So yeah, the first game will be at Chesterley Street on the Saturday the 10th. Then the second T20 starts on, I'm trying to think.
Here comes Abbott. Proctor gets a length ball, just nudges that out on the offside.
The second one is at Derby
Right.
on Tuesday the 13th of September, and the third T20...
Are you doing that one?
No, I'm not going to Derby, unfortunately.
Right,
I haven't
right.
ticked that ground off yet, though, so I wouldn't have said
Right.
no. And then the third T20 is at Bristol on the 15th of September.
You'll be doing that, surely.
Oh, I'll be doing that one.
It's almost a home game for you, that.
So those are the T20s. ODIs as well. A bit later after the T20s.
Abbott, the last ball of his 7th over, comes in from the pavilion end. That's outside the off stump, and again Proctor just lets that one go by. I saw Proctor play up at Lancashire. He got runs against Hampshire. Because it wasn't that long ago he was a Lancashire player. I don't ever remember him having quite this open stance. I think that might have just developed a little bit over the last year or 2. I was looking at Andrew as I said that. He nodded. I don't know if he's just sort of keeping me happy or he actually says, yes, you're right. But I don't know, just don't remember it. Anyway, yeah, so the other games?
The ODI is Sunday the 18th of September at Hove. So if you're nearby this area, you can get down to Hove. The next one, 21st of September at Canterbury. And I promise it won't smell of manure that time, or at least hopefully won't. And finally, the big occasion, 24th of September, the England women are playing at Lords with the Rachel Heo Flint final the next day on the 25th. So it's a big weekend of women's cricket in London, that.
Certainly
Those 3
is.
dates.
The umpires are having a chat. Are they having a chat about the light?
I suspect so.
It's okay. Whatever they were chatting about, they're okay.
The floodlights are really on full blast now, to the point where if you look at them, you suddenly get those little black dots floating in front of your vision. Probably shouldn't look at them. It's like staring right into the sun. You say you shouldn't do it, and then I always go and do it. But Mohamed Abbas still has the ball in hand, so everything appears to be okay for now. Emilio Gay on strike, and Abbas continuing into his 9th over, coming around the wicket, and I thought that had got an edge then. Came in with the angle around the wicket towards Gay, and just a bit of extra bounce off the surface, a bit of away movement, and there's not much Gay could do apart from just leave his bat where it was. Thank goodness that the ball didn't just tickle the edge, and it's just trotted down the wicket to go tap the surface and figure out what little trampoline that's hit.
Ralph Brooker has tweeted at Sonnet Sport on the subject of smells at grounds.
Doesn't sound that great as a subject as Abbas bowls, and that one keeps a bit lower compared to that last delivery, defended by Gay on the front foot for no run.
Yeah,
Go on, what's
like
the
it,
smell?
well, we can blame Andrew Rad because he brought it up. Ralph says, combined services ground in Portsmouth, the old ground where Hampshire used to play. I swear you could smell Whitbread Brewery, a sort of a Weetabixy smell from the dockyard. There is a theme coming on about these smells. It seems to be, apart from the manure in Canterbury, everything else really is brewery related.
Which says a lot, doesn't it, about our listeners.
Yeah.
Abbas around the wicket, bowls a fuller delivery, pushed out in front by Emilio Gay, but Keith Barker's there at mid-off, so won't be a run. He rehearses that shot to the left of the wicket again, just tries to get it a bit wider next time. I remember really, it wasn't cricket ground, but it was when I was learning to drive. We used our local industrial centre to kind of practice the parallel parks and the bay parking, and it always really, really smelt, and we couldn't quite put our finger on it when we were doing the parking. There's Abbas bowls, and this one's defended at the crease by Gay into the covers. But it turns out we were parking in the car park of the sausage factory, and so it was processed pork smell coming right through the AC, which didn't really work because this was quite an old car, so it never had air conditioning. It was always just blowing warm air at you, so it was warm sausage air being blown at you whilst you're trying to learn the art of parallel parking. So there's a reason I'm not very good at parking now. It's the trauma. Abbas bowls and left alone by Gay outside the off stump, not tempted by that wider one.
Have you just admitted you're not very good at parking then?
Yeah, I'm awful at parking.
Are you?
Actually, weirdly enough, I'm quite good at parallel parking now because of the various cities which I've lived in and visiting my sister in Cardiff. You need to be able to squeeze into the smallest spaces possible. But I can't do reverse parking at all. I've never been able to hack it. I reversed once onto some kind of pole, I think, which didn't help because I had a bit of a dent in the car for a while. There's Abbas bowls, and that one's left outside the off stump again, and something. Well, it's been called a no ball.
Was it? I think it was it?
I was more concerned with whatever's just been dropped from the seat. Did you miss that?
No, I missed it.
There was something about, how many, is that 4 inches?
Right.
Just dropped straight down in front of us. And I
Yeah.
thought part of the roof was coming down, but I don't know whether a seagull's just lost its lunch or its dinner.
Yeah.
I completely missed that delivery because I was so fixated on whatever's dropped. Abbas bowls and full. Pushed back to him by Gay, who's being patient here. He got off to a bit of a flyer, but now 31 off 77 has just adopted a slightly different role since Proctor came to the crease, and I think it's gone more from capitalising on slightly wayward Hampshire bowling to recognising Hampshire have tightened their lines and just saying, OK, let's not lose another wicket until the end of play.
Looks like the umpires are having another look at the light. It does look a bit murky out there, it has to be said. And now Hampshire, are they forced, or was this going to happen anyway? Liam Dawson is going to come into the attacks at Kyle Abbott, whisked out for the moment. So just to finally bit on your driving and your parking. So every time you go to park a car, it reminds you of processed sausages. Is that sort of?
Yeah,
is that
essentially.
to sum up that?
Essentially, yeah. I reckon that's a good summary.
Right. Okay. Right. We'll leave everybody with that thought. Andrew Donald, who I presume it might, I should know this. It's probably a relation to Anira Donald. Is it his brother, or is it his dad? I feel I should know. Anyway, silentcricket@gmail.com. On the subject of Anarin Donald's wicket keeping, so if it is a family member, you would think they would know.
They would know a bit better
everything
than us.
about him. And it looks like, reading down this email, that it is literally a chronological, if that's the right word, if I got said that right, of his wicket keeping down the ages, because lots of conjecture around Anarin's wicket keeping history. Just some info for you if it helps. Kept wicket throughout the Wales age group cricket, keeping wicket for Wales under 17s at the age of just 13. Wow.
Oh.
Obviously had some talent. Liam Dawson then, with his left arm spin over the wicket with a short leg, popped us forward, just nudges that behind square on the leg side, no run. Kept for England under 17s against Pakistan under 17s as a backup. Always kept until breaking into the Glamorgan's first 11, but played as a batter with Mark Wallace and then Chris Cook as first choices, and then picked up as a batter for Hampshire. As discussed, kept a few times for second 11 this year. Thank you very much. That's played out on the onside by Proctor, and there's no run. I feel like I know his wicket-keeping history inside out already.
I would like to know more.
Would you? No,
I would like
no.
to know just every detail. What gloves did he have when he was a 13-year-old?
Oh, yeah. Proctor's forward, square out the offside of this no run. You're only saying that because you're off in a few minutes.
How many stumpings did he take in 2012?
Sure, Andrew has that answer, and he's emailing as we speak. 76 for 1 here, Northamptonshire. As Proctor's forward, it's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. Remember, Hampshire declaring on 400 for 9 today. That was off exactly 90 overs, added 171 at 6 and over in the play that we had earlier. Here's Dawson. Proctor's forward, slightly quicker this time, just nudges that into the gap square on the leg side. Proctor moves on to 77 for 1 it is. It feels decidedly autumnal all of a sudden. Well, I'll say all of a sudden. We've been building up to it for a while, haven't we?
Does that just mean you're quite cold?
I'm starting to get cold.
Yeah, I'm wearing a thermal and I'm quite cold.
Yeah, I'm starting to get that way now. I haven't felt like this for months, apart from when I was in Scarborough. 4 day ago. Here comes apologies anybody who loves Scarborough. That's bounced a bit, but Gay does well keeping it down as it goes past short leg behind square, and that will be the end of Liam Dawson's first over. Now, what are we going to get here then? Because if the umpires were looking at the light and we had to have Liam Dawson, what are we going to get this end?
Maybe Felix Organ, or whether Keith Barker's actually just strolling towards the umpire here. Be interesting, but I think, interestingly enough, both teams maybe, I mean, Northamptonshire particularly, I think, underused spin on this wicket, especially when Hampshire were getting towards that 300, 400 mark. It just kept going on and on. Yep. So I'm glad that, I mean, the light has forced Liam Dawson to come on, because that first over looked a bit tricky, and whilst we don't ever see much turn on this surface, we do see that uneven bounce, and it often causes problems, just unsettles a few batters. But the umpire's certainly having a big conversation here. And it looks like Ian Holland's just doing a few warm-ups as well. Maybe, I mean, are you allowed Ian Holland to bowl because he's a bit slower?
Yeah, he's a bit slower, isn't he? I mean, there's probably not a lot of difference between him and Abbas these days. I don't know, but I would say, on the whole, sort of more medium pace than the others. Now, well, the umpires have definitely had a chat, and I know Vince has been asking the umpires about what they can get away with.
Yeah, it's going to be Ian Holland.
Yeah. They're probably not allowed any more than this.
No, but maybe just be I mean, it's a good forced change sometimes, because you felt the Northamptonshire batters are just settling in a bit. They're going into their defensive cocoon where they just want to survive the rest of this session. So having a different style of bowler come into the attack, Ian Holland does make things happen. He's got a bit of a golden arm as he's practicing his run up past the umpire. I must say, it always makes me laugh playing cricket in September when the umpires look as if they're on some kind of field exercise, with the amount of jumpers and hats weighing down around their waistbands. I think at one point one of the umpires, Stephen Stronsey, had 3 jumpers round his waist, and it looked like he was going to be asked to almost crawl under a net or start climbing up a wall and then camp in the forest for 3 days, all whilst carrying this equipment. It just looks so heavy for them. Holland then around the wicket, bowling to Gay, who's squared up first delivery. He was looking to work that one into the onside and actually has been hit by a bit of extra bounce on the glove. Completely turned around by that first delivery.
And that's the sort of delivery you don't want in this light.
And the umpires have come together and gone, maybe this looks a bit too dangerous. I mean, can you in a situation like this, take off a bowler, 1 ball into the over, and a spinner would have to complete the over. I'm not so sure about the politics of light.
You see, for me, that he's played it because the ball bounced a bit off a length. Now that would happen if you had the brightest sunlight going,
It was
or
a
if
good
it's,
ball.
if it's midnight.
That's almost what the Northamptonshire batters would have wanted first up. It's quite an uncomfortable to play delivery, and then you can go, not sure I picked that one up, umps. I think maybe it's time for us to go off. I'm feeling quite hungry. Probably time for my dinner. But they've come back together. James Vince actually briefly got involved there and has probably said something like, look, it was just a good ball.
Yeah, that would have happened anywhere, wouldn't
If he does that 4 times in a row, then maybe we've got a bit of a problem. But for now, I think they're quite keen to keep at least one seamer on. As Holland resumes into his second ball of this over, a fuller ball worked off the pads by Gay, who again advances down the pitch, searching for that single. He's very lively at the crease, just using his feet against the seamers to negate any movement. But there hasn't been much movement out there for Hampshire, even with the new ball. 24 overs in.
Yes, it hasn't moved around as much as we think, has it really? And I think, as I say, we didn't quite get it right early on, did they?
Holland bowls and leaving that one well alone as Proctor watches it through to Nyron Donald behind the stumps. Nyron Donald, 13-year-old wicket keeping in the under-17s, and Nyron Donald, you may have heard of the name. That is really impressive though, at 13 playing in a category of 17-year-olds.
Yeah, that's hell of an effort.
A lot of boys who have gone through their growth spurts, and you probably behind the stumps looking quite small still, but that does help to be a smaller keeper. There's a fuller delivery from Holland, is kept out by Proctor and pushed back to him for no run. 77 for 1, the score.
I think he's done well, actually, so far. I thought Vasconcelos was very athletic behind the stumps. I don't think it's been the easiest pitch to keep wicket with the way the ball has jagged around at times.
They've both been flying all over this place, and Vasconcelos had some unfortunate byes called against his name, which I think were most harsh from the umpires, as Holland bowls a full delivery and turns his back on that one, does Luke Proctor. Not interested when it's that close to the wide line. But then again, an Nyron Donald, he's been flying all over the place, and some of those, both the keepers' stops down the leg side, you just go, oof, not in this cold. Don't think I could move that quickly. Holland, I was about to say Honnold then, not Honnold. Holland waits at the top of his mark and bowls, and that's a fantastic delivery and a dangerous leave there from Proctor, who spotted that ball going along an off-stump line, but actually the angle he's coming around the wicket and the nature of that delivery meant it swung in dramatically and almost cleaned up his off-stump, but he survives, and that completes a maiden over from Holland to begin with. That's 25 overs gone. Northampton 77 for 1.
And that's it for you.
That's me done.
Yes, the end of Melissa story.
For another year for BBC Solent, unless the Southern Vipers reach the Rachel Hayflint final.
That's
maybe.
right.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Have a great one-day international series.
Thank you. I'm going to
TMS.
really enjoy my drive to Durham.
Yeah, we know you will. Don't park too close to the car next to it. As that's a length ball from Dawson to start over number 26 of this Northamptonshire reply. Thanks, Melissa. As Dawson over the wicket. 2 left-handers out there, so he'll stay out over the wicket while these 2 are out there, that's for sure. Pushing forward into the ground is Emilio Gay. He's on 31, 7 for Luke Proctor. And here's Dawson again from that pavilion end and bowls. Gay just gets one that keeps a little low, pushes that into the ground. Welcome back, Andrew Radd.
Good afternoon again. It's an interesting one, this, isn't it? If there's one thing a batter likes less, with the possible exception of being run out at the non-striker's end without facing, I'll leave that thought with you.
Dawson bowls. Oh, he's leaving that one alone. Catch for a caught behind. Looks a little bit wide of off stump for me.
It's getting out in marginal light, and then they take the players off immediately afterwards. It's just
not ideal.
It's not, is it?
It's Dawson again. Don't leave anything behind. So that's outside the off stump. Actually has done in the past.
And I don't think the light is great, to be perfectly honest.
No, looking at the clouds above us. I don't think it's going to improve much from
No.
this anyway, that's for sure, as Dawson comes in again. Bowls just driven firmly to mid-wicket, but a good stop. That'll be the end of Dawson's second over. None for one.
It's one of those slightly strange ones where, looking at the radar, it actually ought to be raining by now, because it looks as though...
Quick 30-second update. Here we go. Well, Northamptonshire have started their reply quite well. Hampshire earlier 400 for 9 declared off 90 overs. They really did get a move on in the 28 overs that they faced today. They scored 171 in that time, with Anarwin Donald making 94 off 84 balls, and really good contributions down the order from Fuller with 26, and also Kyle Abbott 57 not out of 45. But Northamptonshire reply 77 for 1, so they've done pretty well here. Will Young, the New Zealand Test player, the only wicket to fall. LBW to Kyle Abbott for 27. But just as I speak, the players are walking off for bad light. There's a possible 14 overs left in the day, but I'm not sure we're going to get many of those, if at all.
Yeah, I think it was almost inevitable, wasn't it? To be honest, I think they'd been getting a little bit twitchy about it for the last 3 or 4 overs. I do feel it's a little bit marginal, has been for a while, but it's one of those instances where it's very, very obvious which side is happier to go off, because Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor are now at the bottom of the steps leading up to the dressing room, and just taking the applause of the Northamptonshire players, and the Hampshire fielders are still out there, all of them, and heading off very reluctantly, with umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Milnes just having a little word. It's a difficult one. The umpires are on a hiding to nothing, but of course they did, when we said this last night, they did take a reading last night. They will have looked at that, and with a naked eye, and I know that can be misleading. It doesn't look any better than it was when they came off last night, certainly. So I think probably the umpires have got it about right, and we did say that we thought that it was unlikely that they would get the full quota in. There are still, as Kevin was saying, 14 overs to go. Whether we get that far, whether we get any more, indeed, I think is probably open to question. I will just mention, because you were going through a few emails and texts and whatnot, one of the other talking points that when I was on with Melissa, and it didn't have an awful lot to do with the matter in hand, but we were talking about shouting at the sat-nav and the things that you start to do at this back end of the season, just to prove that you've probably spent too long on the road. Phil Webb's been on to us and saying, never trust a sat-nav. Ford in a Ford, classic tale from 2011, driving to an away fixture, went in to the Ford and never came out. RAC turned up on the wrong side, couldn't get us out, eventually rescued by a passing cray fisherman. Now that sounds like something off a panel game, doesn't it, really? Would I lie to you? I was once rescued by a passing cray fisherman in my car that had got stuck in a Ford thanks to a dodgy sat-nav. But thank you, Phil, for that. Anyway, it's a lovely story. And William C. at Fourth Slip says, he was talking about what I was saying about arguing with how you get out of your hometown. It says, I'm correct about sat-nav leaving where you live and I live, because I think he lives not too far from me. No, I'm not going through town to reach the A45, or neither am I. So yeah, I think it's one of those things that's a fairly common experience, where when you spend too long on the road you start shouting at the sat-nav.
Certainly do. Yes, the umpires are waiting out in the middle at the moment, but the situation in the game currently, Northamptonshire 77 for 1, replying to Hampshire's 400 for 9, so Northamptonshire trail by 323. Emilio Gay's played nicely for his 31, worked hard for those off 89 balls. Luke Proctor with him 7 not out, the one wicket that has fallen. Will Young for 27 LBW to Kyle Abbott. I guess the optimists amongst us will hope that the line improves a little bit. Maybe realistically, I'm not sure it's going to change much, but there are theoretically 14 overs left in the day, and that is quite a long time for things to change. We will take a break on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live picture feed. We will hang around, and if there's any more action, we'll be back with you, hopefully very soon.